Yo, I'm back. It's a new day and a new stream. I see some people in chat who never left from last night. And I must say, that's dedication. Maybe I should reward you with lots of useless internet points. Alright. Gonna clean up what I've written so far, porting this widget from WPF. And fill in some missing pieces. Text width leverages, yes. Actually, does this imply that we have an X on item spacing? Horizontal and vertical spacing between widgets. What happens if I don't add that spacing? What does it look like? It didn't seem to be any difference. It doesn't look any different. Okay, the default window can go down 0 to B. Remove the item spacing. What does it go down to? Actually goes down further. So it is scrunching the text a bit. Let me get a before and after. Actually, how do you do a screenshot in Ubuntu? I don't know. I know how to take a screen grab in Mac. Maybe I just do that. Or I can do this. I can be sneaky and then copy target debug GUI to dot GUI no spacing, and then put the spacing, and then I can run them side by side. There we go. Just ever so slightly a little bit of spacing in there, isn't there? Okay, I think we're removing the spacing then. Removing the spacing. I think furthermore, I want to change the space between characters, although that's going to be a little bit tougher. How does the built-in, not the built-in, how does the hex editor plugin for VS Code do it in comparison? Huh. They have more space between rows, but less space between columns. I put in this extra space in the middle just because I like it. Hey there, Occult. How'd you visualize a database with 100 tables but 0 foreign keys? I would visualize that like looking through the gates of hell. Or I guess you'd think of it as 100 separate tables that are not bound to each other in any way. Isn't that what foreign keys are for? I don't know. Don't know much about databases, really. So I'm looking at this hex editor plugin in VS Code and comparing it to the hex editor I've been working on to try to get some ideas. I just noticed something. These header byte offsets don't really work on the odd numbered lines. So I wonder if maybe I'll just remove them. Either that or I want to squish the rows down to comfortably fit 16 bytes. They're bound to each other, but they forgot to define foreign keys. Yeah, sorry, I don't know. I don't remember what a foreign key is. But it sounds hellish. 100 tables? That sounds like a nightmare. Indeed. So I'm trying to think. Should I squish these rows down? Try to fit 16 characters wide? Or do I drop the header, which doesn't quite make sense on the odd rows? Well, let me see what it looks like to try to squish it. I should have that in there anyway, right? I should try to build in here a way to like set the amount of space between like inter character space or interbyte space, right? Interbyte space. Let's say it's in terms of characters. Let's say we want to preserve the current one, which is 1.0. Hey there, Spoof. How are you doing? This ought to be moved to another module, right? Oh, wait, no, that's the public API, so that stays. So does response. Okay. All right, so to the drawing code we go. I think it's wherever this char width is used. I have to be very careful about this. Right, so there's this 2. I think that should be brought out as well. That's like space column header space or row header space. Hey there, Alex Holly. First time chat, they might have used a special naming ID table 1, table 1, ID table 2. So it's sort of baked into the naming is the relationship between tables. Okay. Let's get this row header space filled in first. So yeah, it's this char width is the key variable. So I'll leave that around. So here, let's take this, do as F32, and then take this out, and then we just add that. Okay, so column, so this should be times 2 plus interbyte space. Interbyte space, right? And this is also times interbyte space. Actually, this is a special one. This is inter column space. Right, which right now is 1.0. Okay. Go back to this search here. Okay, that 2.0 needs to change, right? Oh, no. That's because there are 2 characters per byte. Okay. This 3.0, though, it's again times 2 plus inter byte space. And this one is the inter column space. Okay. Column offset. Okay, that I have to fix this one. So this one should be an F32, and it's in terms of like some of these other constants. So it's this as F32. Well, plus row header space plus 2 times row bytes as F32. Plus an intercolumn, 2 intercolumn spaces. 2.0 times intercolumn space. That needs to be 2.0 also. Okay, so that's in terms of character widths. So why do I have all right, column is correct. So column plus that moves in actually. Plus that times the character width. Okay, that's correct. All right, getting there. So yeah, so this point offset, here's where we do some more of the math. So right, this plus 2, yeah, so this goes there, plus this is this is row header space. And this shouldn't be 0.5. This should be like 0.5 times the interbyte space times the character width. Okay, because the interbyte space, we split it in half to go left and right. Okay, and then these, actually both of these go here. Divide by 2.0. And then it's times 2.0 plus an interbyte space. Okay. Yeah, and this 1.5 is half, so it's one of these inner byte spaces plus an inner column space. Okay, and again here, that's 2 characters plus an inter byte space. And down here again, so that goes here. Inner column space, yes. Inner, hold on. Yeah, this should be times an inter column space. I have to be careful. Everywhere there's a char width, we have to multiply. Okay, I think this is all good now. So let's try it out. This is with all the spaces unchanged, and then I want to start tweaking the spaces and make sure it can change around. Title of the stream includes Porter from WPF. Does it mean you know WPF and .NET? Yeah, but it's been a bunch of years since I used it last. Am I familiar with Maui? No. Oh, looks like I got the ASCII wrong. It's overdrawing the hex now. So yeah, I'm porting to egui this hex editor I wrote in WPF. So like the where is it? The blah 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 blah. Down here somewhere. This point to offset function I ported to this point to offset function. So it's really messy GUI math for computing coordinates of things on the screen. So it's kind of rough, but yeah, I could still make my way around C#, but I don't know if I'd be able to write this from scratch. Like I don't remember things like tuple, and like I looked at that and I'm like, oh wow, you can do that. So that's an optional Boolean with a default value for the argument. It's just an optional Boolean now in Rust. No default argument values in Rust. You'd have to make another function that has one fewer argument, and then it calls this function with a fixed value. Okay, so how to mess up the ASCII positioning? It would be the this ASCII column offset, right? So this must be wrong, completely wrong. So row byte offset digits plus header space plus 2 times row bytes. Oh, this should be 2 times row bytes plus inter row. It's 2 plus inter byte space, and then 2 inter column spaces. Okay, maybe that's it. What is Maui? Should I just look this up? It looked like I fixed the ASCII. I was looking at this find like more about it this morning. So actually this is pretty cool. I'm going to be using this instead of ChatGPT because I don't have to log into it. Actually, why don't we ask it? What is Maui in the context of .NET? It's a little slower than ChatGPT is. This animation where it's drawing the text, is it coming up with that live, or is that just an animation effect? I'm guessing it's the latter. So it's a .NET multi-platform app UI. So a lot of things promise this, right? It's an evolution of Xamarin. I know Xamarin. Xamarin came about as like an open source alternative to WPF. Like, you know, a .NET on non-Windows platforms. So it's a Microsoft project? Okay. So how does it work? .NET base class library. So I don't like the fact that they use native. To me, native means you use each platform's built-in or first class or best what's the words? you'd use the UI frameworks that come with the platform. That's what I think of native is. So I think this is a little disingenuous because it's really just using some common base class library. And it probably just like there are little tweaks to like in the to make it look like a native app, but it's really not, right? Hey there, Rami. How are you doing? Basically, Xamarin in a new jacket. Why are you looking at Maui? Because Tasty T Dev asked, am I familiar with Maui? And I wasn't, so I looked it up. Well, it works well. The only issue I had was native drag and drop as long as you use it. Okay. They do AOC to native code. I'm just not into .NET these days because C# always feels like kind of drab to me. Like it's just like a Microsoft version of Java, and I was never really into Java either. I don't know. It just doesn't make me excited to be a programmer. WPF was a bit cool in some ways though. So I really like the bindings you could do in WPF. So you could create these public properties, and then you create these dependency properties, and then you can like bind them to the declarative part of the UI, the XAML, and you can make really cool interactions between components that way. I was really into that. Okay, so I didn't test the actual coordinate system, so that's still 7, still CF. Okay. Okay, now let's change some of these constants and make sure things break. So let's say I wanted to like increase the intercolumn distance to 5. So I'm going beyond what I had in C#, because in C# I just baked these into all the calculations. Now I have them as constants, and it should still work. Okay, we're not splitting the distance in this inner column space, I can tell. You know, but I'm kind of okay with that. Basically, most of this intercolumn distance is belonging to column 4, and all of this is belonging to the first ASCII column. I can tell because when I click, either get 1F and I go slightly to the right, now I'm on 1.8, which is over here. But I mean, it's working, so no complaints. So now let's play with the inner byte distance. Let's expand those bytes. What kind of component am I using for my text? I am using the painter's text. So this is all in egui, Rami. So I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's a pure Rust variant of IMGUI. So when I draw the text, it's just using the UI's painter. So you just say where you want it to go, how you want to align how does this point, what's the anchor for the point? So this is the top left, and then here's the string to do it, and here's the font to use, and here's the color. So pretty straightforward. Lay out and paint some text. Oh, yeah, well in the WPF, what I used was, you get a drawing context and you just do draw text on it. That drawing context you just get for free whenever you, it comes from UI element and you get a drawing context on your onRender. So it's very similar, right? Because in the egui, you're also getting this UI, which is your context. So the egui UI is much the same as the drawing context in WPF. My editor does not support search or find yet. It does support selecting. That's what I was testing just a bit ago. So if I click here and drag over to here, you can see use selected range 54 to 97. The hex edit, the WPF version supported drawing like selections, and I'm probably going to do that today also. If you stick around, or if you come back a little later, you'll see that I'll be drawing really cool multi-segmented path shapes around the selected bytes. But right now, I just kind of want to make sure I get the spacing the constants working. So this is basically validating that my math is correct. Do I want to have like different spacing between, I don't have spacing between ASCII bytes. Maybe I should add that. I think I should. So have everything controlled by constants at first, and then if I want to make them programmable, I should be able to do so, right? Just turning the constants into state or arguments of the draw. So you can either put them in the hex editor state, or we can add them to as arguments to draw. Yes, so let's put it here. Const enter ASCII space F32, and we'll just set it to 1.0 at first. And then again, it's just we're chasing down these care widths, right? So it's going to be one of these care widths. This one. No. This one. This is it. So it's column number times enter ASCII space. Actually, that's not true. It should be plus. That's the column offset. It should be times 1 plus, I think. And this should start at a 0. If I wanted to compress them, I make it a negative number. Okay. Other column spaces. Well, wait. Shouldn't I have seen a hit down here? Care width, right? How come we didn't see this one at the bottom? Oh, there's other care widths. I should have just done search for all care widths. 17 of them. Okay. Okay, here we go. This one. So it's this times care width times 1.0 plus enter ASCII space. Okay. Okay, and then here, this is divided by that times 1.0 plus enter ASCII space. Yeah, this stuff is all like really confusing. What did I do wrong here? Go back. Try this again. This plus 1.0. Should be times. Plus enter ASCII space. Okay. Three F, 3.8, 3C. Okay. So then let's reset the inner byte space to 1 and make the inter ASCII space like 2 so that we really space out those ASCII characters. You want to create a hex editor that supported importing your own character table because you couldn't find any that actually support that? character table like the ASCII table here. So like you could show like for the non-ASCII characters, you could show a different like the different symbols. So for me, that's really comes down to this code here. So this combined with the font. So if the font has the right glyph and I put the right set here, then it would work, right? So I'm in the font, I'm just assuming that it doesn't do anything more than ASCII. So that's the ASCII range. So then I let it be printed with the painter. But if it's not an ASCII, I say it probably can't be printed, so I put a dot there. But yeah, if we use a different font and maybe had a different range, we could do what you're trying to do too. That's a long link. So the render decoder uses the custom character mapping. Oh, this isn't ASCII? Oh, you're right. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, you're right, because that should be like 0, 2, 1. Oh, that's cool. So it'd be like if I did that for my hex editor, I think the way I would do it is instead of just hard coding that, I would have a function here so that you would get the byte and the function would convert it to a character. That only really works if one byte goes to one character, right? What if you wanted to like have multi-byte characters? Be a little bit more complicated, right? Because then you could have multi-byte characters that span from one row to another, and then which row do you put it on, right? But yeah, if you have 1 byte per character, this is still 1 byte per character, right? Then that works out. Yeah. Multi-byte characters sounds like a bigger problem. So I'm just making sure the spacing here works. I think it works. Okay, so all the inter-ASCII space is going with the previous character, which I guess is okay. All right. I guess I could have split the inter-ASCII space. So I could actually really the inter-ASCII space shouldn't all belong to the character on to the right of it. To the left of it. Should go like should split half and half. But then I'd have to like split it. Do I really want to do that? Because I'm not planning to have inter-ASCII space at all. But let's see, this should work now. If I make it a negative 0.2, that should compress the ASCII characters a bit closer to each other. There's some multi-byte characters in there, but they are all F4 prefixed. Okay. So now we have the ASCII like compressed against each other. Okay, it's nice to have those as constants. So the default will be 0. I wanted to like compress the interbyte space a little bit. And the intercolumn space a lot more. And this, let's reduce it down to 1.5 because I want to see if I can get it to where I can fit comfortably 16 bytes across and then have it only take half my window. Let's compress the interbyte a little bit more. Go down to half a character. Okay, and then let me increase the intercolumn space a bit. How goes the battle? Pretty well. I'm kind of tuning the spacing for the editor right now to something that I like. So that's a little bit more than I need. Why don't I make the row header space less? We'll make it like, I don't know, see what that looks like. Will you allow user settable width for the row? It's a constant right now. One thing I'm debating is like this row header really isn't useful except for the first row, right? So you have to kind of do the mental math that 8 plus 4 is C, D, E, F, yeah. So it's much easier if you go all 15 or 16 bytes, then this really is the last digit of the offset, right? So you have to like kind of know 8 plus 3 is B, 8 plus 5 is D. So it was a nice way to test this so that the scroll bar only scrolls the content and not the header row. So it was nice to test that at least. Okay, I like this spacing, I think. I like this. So let's see what it looks like when I extend it to 16. It's just a single constant. There is one limitation on it. It has to be an even number. If it's not an even number, then things go really wacky. It is pretty responsive. I like it. And this is debug mode. So the problem is it's sort of wide. If I were to put like I'm planning to have two panels. One is the hex editor, and then to the right of it or to the left of it would be like a data display grid. If it's this wide, it doesn't really give me a whole lot of room for the data display grid. But one thing I could do is I could hide the ASCII, maybe. I can make it so that the ASCII is optional. Maybe you open and close it with some glyph somewhere around here, right? So yeah, this doesn't give me a whole lot of room, but maybe it's enough. Undock it from each other. I was thinking just be able to collapse it. Or maybe the 8 versus 16 could be something that could be like you could collapse as well. Okay, should we do the highlight stuff? Because I think that'd be fun. Let's do the highlight stuff. So in the C#, I think I had it as a property. Highlight. So you could control the colors. Interesting. So, oh, right. So this is where if you reassign the bitstream and you had highlights that extended beyond the range of the file, it would remove them. Border width, fill saturation. Okay, here we go. So the idea is that you could add any range with you get back a token, and then the token could be used to remove the highlight. And we use this highlights. So we had a draw highlight function that we use every time that we're actually rendering. And it was a dictionary from token to highlight, and we had a next highlight token. So, I mean, that sounds good to me, right? So let's define highlight token. I don't know. U32. Is that token something native or something extend yourself? I just use int. It's just something to identify the highlights so that you can remove something you added previously. Okay, and then how are we representing internally here? What's a highlight? Right, the range and the color. So it's pub start usize, pub end usize, and color. Color 32. All right, so we got to make this public method. Add highlight. Okay, so my to-dos, because I gotta make space for this in my state, right? Next highlight token. I kind of feel like we should make a data type that combines a hash map with an arbitrary, like a opaque type, opaque handle or token, with the concept of minting out new ones every time. Hash map comes from collections. Let's make that a 1. Okay, so add highlight. Let token equals self dot next highlight token. Self dot next plus equal 1 token. Self dot highlights dot insert token and highlight. Okay, we're gonna want to remove highlight too. Token. Self dot highlights dot remove token. Easy. Hello, Vincent. Yeah, the highlight with token is not in WPF. It's a custom thing I added. Now I understand your original question. For some reason, I didn't understand it at first. Okay, so now the way I want the highlights added is in our info overlay. We have, when we're drawing, we get these responses, right? Where is it? Right here. And I think what I want to do is when we select a range, we're going to remove our previous range highlight and add a new one. So let, well, if let some selected range equal token, I guess. Self.selected range token. Self.hexeditor.remove highlight selected range token. Before I get too far, let me define that. Option. Let's do a use hex editor. Oh, I don't have that as public. Needs to be a public type. Highlight token. So really it's, yeah, highlight token, yep. Highlight, highlight token as hex editor highlight token. The reason I'm doing that is to remember where it came from. Because we might have other controls with highlight tokens. In fact, I plan to with the data tree. Okay, so that will have default of none. Okay, and then here we're going to now add one. Add highlight. The highlight is going to be we need to import that, right? Hex editor highlight. And we're gonna record that back in this one. Okay, we have the start and the end. Oh, what color do we want? How about green? Green. Okay, and then we're not gonna print them anymore because they're gonna look cool as highlights. All right, so then we have to actually draw them. Here's what the fun part is. Let's see how I drew them in C#. So here's where I drew them. It looks like I drew the highlights before I drew the bytes themselves, because yeah, the bytes themselves overdraw the highlight. Okay, so it's the same way, in fact. Oh, it had a built-in highlight for if you were dragging a selection. Well, I don't think I need that, right? Can't I just, like, let the user do the highlight? Why do I have it twice? Why do I have it twice? What does drop highlight do? Hex part. Oh, we draw it on both. Well, shouldn't the draw highlight just do both? Hex part matters how? Oh, I think I did this because it's the same logic with just different calculations. Yeah, so let's just make one draw highlight, which then calls like another draw highlight part that does it. Okay, so yeah, it's basically at the very top after we push the clipping region. So right, where do I do the clipping region? Do I not do the clip anymore? Oh, right there. Okay. Yeah, because this was the header, right? So after that, here. Do I do it here? Yeah, actually, we need to do it in the scrollable region, right? All of this stuff. First visible row. Yeah, okay. So we do it here. Self.draw, well, for highlight in self.highlights.values. Draw highlight. Okay, adding that as a method because we got that's already too complicated. Immutable self, right? Okay. Now the fun part begins. I need all this stuff. Oh, hold on. I need to actually call it twice, right? Self.draw highlight part true and false. Because this is hex part bool. Now, I'm just going to copy all of this lovely C# code and paste it right on top of my Rust. And then Rust is going to get really confused because it's like, what the heck, dude? That's not Rust. Days to solve. Well, I did take days to solve this originally in C#. I'm benefiting from past Ramu's hard work here. Also, the egui stuff, it was all yesterday. I was really slow. It took me like 4 hours just to draw a rectangle. Just to get a rectangle to draw with the scroll bar doing its thing, it took me like 4 hours. So I would say I get up to cruising speed, but it takes me a while to accelerate. Yeah, so I think the idea here is we're gonna let some mutable fill color equal, so I need to have a border color, really. Is that the ice cream man? Hold on, just a sec. Did you hear the ice cream truck? He must be in the Bible Belt. Ice cream truck is in the Bible Belt, I guess. Okay, the ice cream truck is coming in maybe the next 15 minutes. Yeah, Russ is like, what the heck? I think I'm just gonna make a constant here. Oh wait, no. That actually probably comes from the highlight, right? Yes, there's a border color, and I think the border color comes from the highlight. Yes. Okay. So the color of the highlight is the border color. And then yeah, I remember this. We took that color from the highlight and then I computed a fill color by multiplying one by a couple constants. No, there's just one constant called the fill saturation. I remember doing this. Yeah, fill saturation. Where is it? Not here. Fill saturation. Which is 0.5. So I'm just going to cheat for now and make a constant. Highlight. Come on, caps lock. Highlight fills saturation. F32 equals 0.85. Okay, so it's R and G and B, right? I guess it's not. Okay, it's a function. How do we change the R? Do I just have to make a new one? Okay, so then it's going to be like this dot, well, it's actually just going to be a color 32 from RGB. From RGB. Okay. And then the red is, we're going to compute this, right? It's going to be this stuff ported to Rust. So fill color.r as F32 times 1.0 minus highlight fill saturation plus 255 times that. That's 0.0. And that whole thing, so this double is that as 32, right? So this whole thing back as U8. Okay, this should be border color, not fill color. All right, so the same thing with the green and the blue. Green and blue. Cool. So we did the fill color. Now we have to make a solid color brush. I don't know how to do that. But it probably has something to do with the painter, right? Painter. Like when we draw lines. Like, let's say we're making a stroked circle, right? How do we make a stroke? Oh, is it only solid? It only supports solid lines? Oh, how am I gonna do dotted lines later? Do I have to like make little like subpaths to do this? So I don't actually make a brush. I just need to construct a stroke, I guess. So we'll call it, we'll still call it fill brush. Actually, this is the fill, right? So I don't need a stroke for that. It's the pen, I think, later. Yeah, where is it? Where do we actually set that color for border color? Right, when we make this new pen, that's the stroke instead. Okay, so that means I don't really have a fill brush. Okay, byte width. So it's a double, so hex part. We have no question mark operator. Instead it's if hex part, then 2 times widest character width, or wasn't it just 2 or 1 times that? Well, this is going to be that widest character width is we get that from the we need to have the UI in here. UI. That width we get from here. Char width. So that's just char width. Okay, and then corner radius. So I had another property called selection corner radius. Let's see what that is right now. 5, okay. So we're gonna have a selection corner radius. Well, I guess we're gonna call it highlight corner radius. So call it highlight. And let's go caps. Upcast, transform to uppercase. Now I want snake case, right? I want upper snake case. Do I have to do uppercase and then snake case and then uppercase? Yes, that is the right reason. There's no ternary operator. You do an if else, which is kind of weird. Yeah, it is kind of weird. All right, so yeah, these are lets. These are transform to snake case. Math.min becomes just min. Selection corner radius becomes highlight corner radius. Except for this one got blasted. So that one turns into selection corner radius y. Line spacing. That's another thing that we get from the UI. This row height. So line spacing. All line spacing becomes row height. These all need to be like floats. Min needs to be imported. What? I can't import that? I am importing it. What's the problem then? What's wrong with min? F32 OR is not satisfied? Wait, you can't do a min? In Rust, how do you take the minimum of two F32 values? Okay, you think while I take a drink. Okay, so there's a min directly on the F32 type. Okay. So that means I do dot min that. Thank you, find. You're my new best friend. Okay, I need a. Okay, here's where I need to figure out in egui how do I describe a path. And I was looking at this yesterday, but I don't remember where I put it. I don't remember where it was. Maybe it was part of this line segment thing. So maybe I just individually do line segments. Oh, maybe I could just ask find. Or actually, I think it was in my ChatGPT history. Hold on, let me look off screen for a sec. Yes, I have. Wait, it disappeared. Oh, I think it's because within the same thing, I asked it two questions. Yeah, okay. So it told me I could do wait, what? No, it didn't tell me the right thing. Hold on. Maybe I asked find of it. Okay, we'll ask find. The same question I asked ChatGPT, so let me just copy paste it from there. Is there an equivalent to path geometry? Yeah, this one. Is there equivalent to path geometry and draw geometry from WPF to draw a field shape? Wow, it's struggling. It's struggling. I think I broke it. I broke the AI. Oh, no, there it goes. Kapow. Yeah. Why is it so slow? Is it just buying itself time? There we go. It's the path. That's what it was. That's what it is. Thank you. Path. Shape path. A series of lines between points. So how do I make one? I make a vector of position 2s, and I say whether it's closed or not, and I give it a fill color and a stroke. That's what I want to make. I want a path shape. So selection figure. Let it be a path shape. What is it again? Path shape. There is no new. So I guess we got to fill it in ourselves. So two philosophies, right? Either make one mutable and fill in the points, or make the points and then make the shape at the end. Yeah, see this segments add? It's sort of like I was following the philosophy of just having this be mutable, and then starts out empty. Let's just do vec new. Closed is true. Fill is the fill color, which I should have named properly for Rust. Okay, and then stroke has a width, and that's down here, right? Border width. How do we compute border width? All right, so where's border width? Oh, so it's the constant, another constant. 2.0. Okay, so let's define that. Yet another constant. Okay, so that's snake case uppercase. All right. That goes directly into the stroke that we had. What's wrong with, oh, we need to have hex part. Okay, hold on. I'll fix that in a second. One thing at a time. Stroke width is that. Color is the border color. Okay. So, oh, I said false for is closed. Why did I do that? Well, trust pass Raimu. It is closed. All right, and now I was looking at this earlier today. I need to have an offset to point. I had a point to offset, but I don't have an offset to point. Let me fix this other thing first. This UI I need over here. Let's put this down here so I can just put it here. Which means that up here we need to pass in the UI. Okay. So let me make a placeholder for offset to point. So it's the reciprocal of point to offset. Use size, right? No, it's the other way around. This is the offset. Is a use size. We still need the canvas offset, which means I have to plumb that through the highlighter too, which makes sense. Don't need this. Actually, I do need this, right? We want to know a point, so we need to know if it's a hex part or not. This one. Yeah, hex part, and we have an offset. Basically, let's just grab the C# code and paste it in here as a comment, and we'll just do it later. Okay. Because that returns a point, which here's a pos2. Okay, we'll do that later. But yeah, I'm going to need the canvas size, just like I needed it for point to offset, along with the UI. So that needs to go there, and it needs to go here, and this needs to be plumbed through this. And there. Okay. Back to here. So offset to point becomes self.offset to point. Start offset. What do I put for that? Oh, that's the start of the highlight, right? That's highlight.start. Okay, and then that's let corner equal. Start point. So that's, so really it's just the first point, right? So this should just be selection figure that points dot push. And then pos2, right? X and Y. Okay, so corner X and corner Y, right? Oh, this offset canvas offset UI hex part office canvas offset UI and hex part. Current line start. Let that be equal. Current line end. Let that be equal to something. So end offset is highlight.end. Okay, current line start minus that. Oh, and this constant is now row bytes or something, right? Yes. Okay. So then last point, let that be equal to a pos2, whose x is corner x and corner y is y. Row height minus selection corner radius, all that stuff. That. See, I'm pushing that wave of red down, right? So this is loop. This is all let. Current line start point is self offset to point. I need to fill in some stuff here, right? Canvas, this part. Okay, let next point is a pos2 x and y, right? X and y and brace. Okay. Don't need parentheses. I should try to change all the capital X's. Can I just pick the dot X's? Yes. Make them dot lowercase x's. Okay, segments add everywhere becomes points push. Oh wait, this is different. How do I add on arc segment? Ooh, how do I do that? Do I need to compute the arc coordinates myself? This doesn't support making arcs. This is just This is just point to point. These are probably just lines, right? So how am I going to do these arcs? Do I just not support corner radiuses? Yeah, it's just an endless loop. It depends on you breaking. It's just like that 4 was in C sharp. It's just loop now. It means that you have to have a break. Okay, well, we might be kind of screwed with the arcs unless like I do my own like calculations to like compute the points along an arc, right? I can maybe just make them lines to begin with, and they're gonna look like just cutting the arc from cutting off the arc. I guess it won't look too bad. So yeah, segments. What does that mean? A line segment from the last point? But so I started with pushing that last point in there, right? Oh, no, I didn't. This is a different point. So it is, the last point is like, it's lagged by 1. Yeah. So anyway, this will be points push. So new line segment is just going to be pushing that last point in. Okay, you don't need these parentheses. If next point x is less than last point, then the new line segments we can do, that's just pos2 bracket x, and then I need a y. And then okay. Uppercase x becomes lowercase x. Okay, let's do that everywhere here. It's promoting them to uppercase. I don't want it to do that. Usually I want to keep the case. Here I don't want to keep the case. Okay. So yeah, what do I do about these arc segments? Was that actually a constant here? No. So somehow that got squished. Let's look for arc segment. Oh, there was a selection corner radius x and y. Were those different? Oh, they're everywhere. Oh, they were different. Oh, and we computed them up front, so I must have missed that. I must have missed that. Yeah, they're here. Okay, so then all of these highlight corner radius x's become that. And then all the other ones, the y's become this. But we're not actually drawing arcs yet. Oh, those already are fixed. Okay. So then all the new arc segments, we're just going to reduce to pos2 brace x. We're just going to draw direct, right? Got to do all these by hand. So yeah, so this corner radius size and the sweep direction and all this, we can't do that. And looks like back then I didn't believe in actually in wrapping lines, so it just kind of crawls all the way across the screen. Oh, there, I missed one apparently. Oh, it's this loop is unmatched somewhere down here. Okay, get in there. New line segment just goes away. Okay. That's a let. And point. Offset to point is going to need this stuff. There. Do I have any more offset to points? I do. I have one there. And one down here. Kind of felt like I am missing some punctuation around here somewhere. That does match that. Okay. It must be in here somewhere. Okay, so next point needs to be mutable, I guess. So new point becomes just pos to bracket x colon, and then I got to do the y's. There. Why is there a size sweep direction? Oh, I know why, because that used to be an arc. All right. You can save yourself a lot of time if you use regex. Don't know about that because I have no idea how I would make a regex to do all of this fix-up. And you know what they say about regexes, right? XKCD regex. That's not the one I was looking for. What's the other one like? Regex problems. Yes. I got 99 problems, so I use regular expressions. Now I have 100 problems. I feel like that joke has been told a couple different ways. That goes to that, right? It looks like we had an errant new arc segment. All of that. Oh, what happened here? There's no X, just next point. Doesn't have to solve everything at once, break it down. Okay. Okay, that's 16. We know what that means. That is highlight it. Roll bytes. It still doesn't like, oh, because there's more stuff to do. Let Double click, please. Let. That's an X. That's a Y, and that's a brace. Y goes there. Oh, I gotta take a break to get ice cream. I'll be right back. All right. Even a simple search replace, e.g. last point at x, last point x, but then again they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Who am I kidding? You seem like a pleasant person to be around, Sammy Hacker. Points, push. I did get ice cream, but it's like chilled with dry ice, so you can't eat it right away. Oops. I misclicked that. Plus, this isn't an eating food stream. You wouldn't want to see me eat ice cream. That would be kind of weird, wouldn't it? Okay. Don't let the door hit you in the ass. Really, like, what's the point in saying I'm leaving? That's just like asking for it. I don't know. Passive aggressive shit. I just don't want to deal with it. All right. Am I accidentally hacking some of those lines below? Probably, but that's okay. Why did that start again? Did the stream hit a bump? I think the stream might have hit a bump. Whoa. You know what's really throwing me for a loop is that this is so much scroll to the right. But I am getting through it. This is probably going to look like crap because they don't have those rounded corners anymore. Yeah, it just didn't seem very authentic. Oh, and hey there, Cat Peasant. I just noticed your chat. All right, so this means this has to be mutable. All right, man, this is just a lot of things to do. I feel like I missed something. I missed the Y in front. That's why. That's why it doesn't like me. Yeah, it doesn't like bear 4, does it? Doesn't like these 2s now, which I don't blame it, you know. I wouldn't like a integer creeping into my float party either. We gotta float them all. Okay, yeah, we don't need those extra parentheses either. Okay, these are floats, right? So probably this is gonna want me to do a dot max there. Aha. These are row-bytes. Whew. Okay, so we don't need a path geometry, right? This is ui.painter.draw. Okay, how do we use the thing? Painter. Something that takes the shape. Painter. It's gonna be like stroke filled or something, or path filled. I'm just not seeing it though. Subregion? What is that? Deprecated. Use with cliprect. Oh, let's ask our metal god here. How do I draw a, what is it? What do I make all that into? A path shape. Using a, I'm guessing, let's just not assume it's a painter in egui. The answer is you do not. There's where we're making our path. Then we get a painter, and okay, it's just paint. Paint. There's no paint. Sorry to say there is no paint. There is no, well, hold on. Maybe there is a paint and it just comes in as a trait, right? Selection figure. Why did I call it selection figure? Let's call it path shape. Nope, it's just not found. Okay, Metal God, there is no paint method of painter. Apologize to me like ChatGPT does. Oh, it apologized. Painter does not have a paint method, so use the add method to add a shape to the painter. Then get a add. Okay, we do an add. Okay, that worked, but then expose some other errors. Right, last point needs to be mutable. Probably this needs to be, these need to be mutable, I bet. Yep, that was it. Cool. Okay, I do need to implement offset to point. What happened there? Oh, did it get search replaced to pause too? Okay, so we're just making a mutable point. So let mute p equals pause 2. Here's the top, so x is something. Let's just make it 0. Y is that hex part. This should be like mod, yeah, mod row bytes is less than row bytes over 2. Actually, I don't need those in parentheses, do I? X and X. Okay, I don't remember what padding left was. I don't think we have padding. So I think just gonna remove the padding parts. Yep, and this is, the 16s are all row bytes. Vertical offset is canvas offset. Okay, so this should really, I should really make sure that I'm doing the math correctly, right? The math should line up with what I'm doing here. Well, hold on. I think I can reason it out, right? No more padding top. This would be minus canvas offset y, I think. Let me check that point. So it's the y coordinate of when we paint here. No, it's plus canvas offset. And this actually has to be as F32. Right, all of this, oh, hold on. Oh, right, the vertical offset was in lines before. Now it's in pixels. So yeah, this multiplication by line, the line spacing is the is calculated the same way as the here. It's row height. But that needs to go out here. I don't know why I'm subtracting 1. Really don't know why I'm subtracting 1. Let's not subtract 1. Okay, this sort of makes sense because we have a column in the middle, right? So it's this part as F32, and it's times 2.0 plus interbyte space line offset digits. Oh, these are both row header space. But before that, we have to multiply by the care width. Yeah, this math is complicated. We don't need to add here. On this one, I do need to add the inter-column space. That's what that extra one was for. And there is no horizontal offset. No, we have to add. That's right. You have to add the canvas offset X. Probably. I don't think I actually bothered to do this in the other code. Actually, let's not do that. I don't think I actually did this anywhere else. I think it doesn't... Well, I guess I did. There I subtracted the offset X. So let's add it here. No padding. It's this as F32. So it's multiplied by that plus that. This is the oh right, I have to add ASCII column offset before and multiply by the character. I just realized that these are all in these only need to be multiplied by the character width. So this has to move here and these have to be in parentheses. I can just remove that parentheses. Okay. Like that. Yeah, so that has to move inside. Actually, ASCII column offset already takes into account the row header space. This one, though, needs to be multiplied by the 1.0 plus inter ASCII space. Times character width, then I don't need any of this. Oh, plus canvas offset X. And that's an X. And I have no idea why I'm subtracting 2 there. I don't know. Let's delete that. So it's just P. Okay, so it's probably, this probably has things in it that are wrong, but let's give it a try. So I should be able to see something. It's what do you folks think? Panic? Draw crazy things? I don't know. Let's see. Well, it drew something. Now it's in an infinite loop, I think. Okay, it's in an infinite loop. Control C it. Let's try to stay within one row. I think it's not taking into account that row offset. Also, it's kind of bright. Yeah, and my lovely corners are cut off, unfortunately. So let's fix the is it that row header space? I am adding it. Oh wait, no, it's not row header space. It's I need to have this row byte. It's this row byte offset digits. As F32 plus row, so that, yeah, I need to add that in right here. So that's what we add in instead of row header space. Exactly. Wait, that's point to offset. I didn't want to mess with that one. Hold on. I don't want to mess with that one. This goes in offset to point, right? And then that takes the place of where we have row header space right here and there. It highlighted it, but highlighted over on the ASCII side of things. Oh, that means the hex part's completely wrong and the ASCII part's probably okay. So if I want to do signature, there. So we're highlighting the ASCII part, but not the hex part. Well, at least it scrolls. Okay, it completely hangs if I go multi-line. And it's not drawing the hex part at all. So this is wrong somewhere, I think. This actually needs to go in there. This in there. Is that it? It doesn't feel like it's it. I think there's another problem. Yep, it's just still not drawing there at all. Let me see and make sure it actually called it with hex part on set to true. It did. So let's do one at a time. Make sure it's actually drawing what it should be drawing. Okay, so that's not drawing anything at all. Okay, so follow the trail here. Byte width is 2 times character width. Where do I use byte width? Just there, okay. Okay. I feel like I need to do like the inter byte width added to this. Anyway, some of these numbers are probably wrong, but it should have drawn something. It must be the offset to point, right? Must be offset to point that's bad. So this hex part right here. So this math is bad somehow. This math is good, and this math is bad. F32 times 2 plus inter byte space, which is 1, plus offset column width. Oh, that already has the care width. Okay, this needs to be taken out and added there. That's one problem. That's already been pre-multiplied. Maybe that was it. So that would multiply it twice and it'd go way off to the right. Oh, there we go. Cool. So it looks a little funky when there's nothing selected. I think what we should do is like not draw anything if the selection's empty. It would be nice to fix the roundedness of that. The saturation is like too high. In fact, I think it's in the wrong direction. I think it should be like divided by that saturation. That's up here somewheres. So it should be like 1 over that? Or 1 minus that? Which is 0.15. That doesn't look right. It is what I was doing though. It's 255 times the saturation, and then the original color times 1 minus the saturation. And that's to get the fill color. I don't know. I just don't remember what it looked. It's been so many years and I can't run it anymore because I don't have a Windows machine right here. Anyway, if it's on one line it works. It's when it goes to another line that it hangs forever. So I need to find out why. So hang forever means it's hitting one of my loops and not breaking out, right? Either that one or that one, right? Now, why do I have 2 loops? Do you have a guess? Is it because my break didn't work? There's the break. Is it that the current line end didn't hit the highlight end? Current line end equals current line start minus current line start row bytes plus row bytes. It has a offset start and end. So these are all offsets into the file, right? These are U sizes. It's supposed to break when they meet. When the current line ending hits the highlight ending. There's probably just some bad math in here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to isolate which loop it is by just completely commenting out one of these loops. Then I can actually learn what those loops are doing. Because I don't know why I have two loops. Oh, that's why I have two loops. One does the bottom and left, and the other one does the top and the right. Okay, so we know which loop it is then. It's the one that does the top and the right. Yeah, it's the one that does this stroke and then down. This one, actually the harder one is working, right? The one that goes down, left, down, right, is working. It's the one that's going right down. Okay, cool. So it's the one I commented out here. This loop is bad somehow. Oh, did I probably put the parentheses in the wrong spot there. Here's the original. It had a math max. Yeah, it's in the wrong spot. It should go there. One wrong place putting the parentheses and it breaks the whole thing. Okay, but then there's another math bug. Do you see it? Actually, there's two of them. Like we're cutting, or is that a fill problem? My path is actually correct, but the fill is wrong. See that? It doesn't know how to like cut that corner when it fills. Phil, come on, Phil. What'd you do? You broke my code. Yeah, I think. Oh, maybe it's the first point, last point problem. Yeah, I think that might be it. I think. What happens if I say it's remember that I was at the very beginning I was like, huh, why is it saying closed is false? What if I say closed is true? I wonder if that'll magically fix it. It is your problem, Phil Powers. No, that didn't fix it. Didn't make any difference. It's probably just taking the last point twice or something. Okay, now how do I fix that though? Like if I don't fill it at all, right? Um, Transparent, right? Then we can just focus on the line. I think the line itself is fine. See, the line itself is fine, except for we're not rounding the corners because egui doesn't support it. You know what I should have done is I should have broken where we do the arcs. I should have broke them out as like another function that right now just does add a point. And then later we can just have it actually draw points on an arc after I figure out how to do that. Yeah, I wonder why it can't handle that top of that curve. Or top of the shape, really. Is it because it's not convex? So I might have to break the shape up into two parts, right? What's weird is that it's not always drawing a line there, but I thought it did at one point. I thought I saw it do that. I'm not seeing it do it now, though. Yeah, it's not doing it now. It's only like messing up there. You think it's off by 1 or 2 pixels? Ooh, that's odd. How did I get that? Look at that. I should have kept in the print statement that I had in the overlay here. There, I put it back magically with an undo. Oh, it's 70 to 70. Right. So we just shouldn't add a selection if it's the same. You know what we should do here then is we should do a take. And then here we should say if start is not equal to end. Do that. Yeah, it just draws funny things when you have an empty range. Because it wasn't designed to do that. So now it doesn't try to draw an empty range anymore. Do still have that problem about that. I'm not sure how I'm going to fix that. Must be the way that it's winding. So when I broke the loop up, the point where it got cut was up here and then down here, right? So I wonder if it's because we're drawing down here and then suddenly we start drawing up here and we go down to the end or something like that. Or we're drawing up this way and then we suddenly cut over to here. So like the way we're drawing it is in a weird way. Also, I think the math here might be wrong because it's intersecting the A and I think it needs to be shifted over by half a character. Same here too, right? I think we need to shift left by half of that inter-character space. And this should be shifting over by half a character. It needs to be at least, maybe that's why I had that. Remember I had that -2 thing? I think that was a fudge factor. There's a fudge factor in there. Yeah, because it's down and to the right, and the thing went up and to the left or something like that, right? Also, the color just doesn't look right to me. Hold on, let me check something. Like when we make the surface. Where's that done again? Drawing? This depth format. 32. Okay, that's the depth buffer. Where do I set the color format again? That's the depth, right? That's the renderer. Make screen descriptor. WGPU in it. Yeah, I think. Is that what I wanted? I wanted U norm. Normalized. What's 0 to 255 converted to 0 to 1? As opposed to U norm sRGB. I think that's what I used to have. And it looked different when I did that. If this will even run now. No, it looks the same. Never mind. Never mind. Looks the same to me. I guess I just don't remember how bright I made the saturation. So really, I think I wanted to go the other way. I think I want it to be a bright border and then a dimmer interior. Oh, I think I know why. Because this looked nicer on a light mode, but a dark mode, I think it needs to be reversed. I almost got it, McNets. I have a little artifact here. The fill is not is escaping my shape, and I think it's because I have a shape that kind of bends backwards on itself. It doesn't happen over here, so I'm thinking maybe if I wind this part of the shape the other way, it'll be like this and won't have that problem. Oh, actually here we're seeing the problem a little bit. Yeah, okay, so there's a little bit of that same problem here. So I guess egui's fill path just isn't as good as WPF's fill, whatever it's called. So the most extreme would be this, right? It's that huge thing here, and then this goes back. Why does this go back to up here and not over to there, though? That's what I don't understand. Anyway, I think because it's dark mode, we actually want to turn it around and do value instead of saturation, right? So let's change this to, I think it's value, right? Hue, saturation, value. And then it's a different equation, right? I think you just multiply by the value and you don't add white to it. So I don't add this white to it. I think it'll look better in dark mode now. It just reduces the value of the color. Not enough. It needs to be more. More reduction. Like maybe 2.5. That looks nicer. So yeah, it's the opposite on a bright mode or, non-dark mode. Is it called bright mode? You actually want to increase the saturation because what you're doing is you're drawing a black text, you're drawing a darker text instead of a lighter text. But when it's dark mode, it's the other way around. We have to reduce the value of the fill. Actually, you know what? You almost can't even see the artifact anymore. You can see it up here, but it's really hard. It's a lot harder to see. So I could kind of punt on the issue for a while, right? Or I could just not even fill it. Maybe that's what I end up doing. The other solution would be the path has no fill, and then I just fill the rectangles that are formed, like I fill 3 different rectangles maybe. The middle one, and then the top row and the bottom row ones. Now it looks like a feature. It does look pretty cool, doesn't it? I want to tweak the numbers to get this to look better though. You don't hate it? That's good, Phil. Oh, thank you, HikaruBot. So I wonder how bad it would look if I just don't fill the top and bottom rows when they're partial. Or I fill them separately, just with a smaller rectangle. So like, if you did that, it would fill this middle area fine. Maybe I just don't bother about these little corners. Or maybe I just don't try to do the corners anymore. If I don't do the corners anymore, then it'll look blocky. But it'll make the fill easier because then I have 3 rectangles I fill instead of have to deal with these semi-rounded. Then I don't have to worry about rounding it. But it just won't look as cool. I don't know. This sounds like a problem I should mull over, work on later. Let me at least tweak the coordinates so that they look nicer. So that's all in the offset to point. So it's in here, right? Yeah, I think what I want to do is subtract half an interbyte space from this. So that is here, right? Or put it differently. This minus 0.5. No, that's not right because there's a multiply by 2 there. So we should do it like I was going to do it originally here. Minus 0.5. Oh, it was times interbyte space. Wait. What am I doing? What am I doing? There's a times 2 plus in there. Oh, yeah, that is correct. I had to reference it again. Okay, and then yeah, so I do want to do well, that's going to be 0 right now, right? Let's just see what this looks like. Don't do too many changes at once. Thank you, Hikaru Okay, that looks better to me because it's snaking through the bytes. This one doesn't look as good, but this one looked fine. Maybe that's fine. I think I maybe need to bump it up vertically a tiny bit. No, I mean it looks fine on the top. It just doesn't look fine at the bottom as much. Well, I can find where that line is actually drawn, or these lines are drawn, and subtract a little bit. I mean, I don't want to do too much to this. This is a little off though. That looks not so good. So that's this third one here. I want to subtract a little bit. Minus 0.5 would be too much. What if we just do a quarter? A quarter character. I have to save first or that won't take effect. Okay, been going for 2 hours and 14 minutes. Only had to ban one person. That looks really good. I like that. And you know what? I'm not even really noticing that drawing artifact much now. It's too bad that that exists. And I have the feeling that since the path looks good, it's a problem with egui. Maybe it just doesn't work with a path with, what do they call it? A concave path? There's concaveness in that path there. I guess it just doesn't handle that very well. Yep, it's going and splitting the characters pretty well there. Time to move on? Looking good, yeah. Were you around to see me perfect that as much as I could, Raimi? So single bytes look okay. I'm just kind of seeing what this looks like, right? It takes care of that gap just fine. So it is like splitting the gap on the not in the middle there. Do I care about that? This one, it splits it on the correct side. So, you know, I think I'm okay with the way it looks. And yeah, what does it look like when it's scrolled? Not bad. It doesn't mess up or anything. You know, we could always, it's actually drawing the highlight even if it's off screen. And I don't think it actually, I don't care. I could make that conditional and I don't, but I'm not thinking I'm gonna, I don't think I'm gonna bother. Okay, so one way I could clean this up is to not make it mutable and just return the position with X and Y calculated last. And then this computes X. And we do remove all the PX's equal and the semicolons. Put a semicolon there. Now it's more Rust-like. Also, everything is adding the canvas X, so why don't I just add that here? Or better yet, add it there. Delete these lines. This I can add once. Like that. Actually, these are identical except for we're adding an inner byte space. So why don't I just say this is 0.0 plus. Oh, that's actually embedded in there. You know, do I want to mess with it? I don't want to mess with it too much. What's the problem here, actually? I don't see it. Is it that this has to go in front or something? Weird. Okay. I would think that we'd be able to get an expression, then add to it afterwards. Didn't break it. Yeah, a lot of this is the same. It's whether we add this or not inside of there. So really it's like, let's just say let like extra column space equal, and then we're basically elevating this if loop out. And then this is the same. Here. Plus, right? That's a very complicated math right there. But I didn't break it. I didn't break it. I tried. Tried my best to break it. Didn't break it. That character width can also be pulled out, right? This can be pulled out to here. Which means I can get rid of some parentheses. This we're calculating all over the place, so why don't I do that outside? Column equal that. And this is column now. Column's always converted. No, it's not always converted to F32. Almost always is. Wonder if it would look nicer if I said this. Then it doesn't look like it's dangling off the end of an if-else. And I think this would look nicer like this. Okay. Did I manage to break it this time? Is there any difference if you select top to bottom or upside down? No. I have some code in there to swap if like, oh, I did break it. If you're dragging and then you go up, it swaps the start and you can see it at the bottom there. Now the end is not moving, but now the start isn't moving. Okay, how did I break it? Oh, it's this thing here. So I can't do this outside. Because one, yeah, because of this ad. Actually, there's another way I can fix that. I could put it back there and then just take this out. That lets me take out these parentheses. So it's maybe I should just say offset column width in characters to be more clear. And it's fixed again. Yeah, so if I drag from here and drag down, it's the same as if I drag from here and drag, or drag from one character to the right of it and drag up. We get the same selection area. Okay, I don't need that if that you selected range anymore. That was only while we were debugging. Actually, should I leave it in there and just call it a debug? You can do that, right? Why don't I just leave those things in there? The other one too. Okay, see you, Amy. I think you already left, but bye. Oh, I see another visual artifact there. It's, yeah, if we split the row, it starts to really bend far. So that's the most extreme, right? We have that extra bend there and the extra bend there. So one way to fix this would be to the to draw it 4 times, right? One to draw the outline, and then we just draw the same path but close it early without a border, and then we do the same thing but we go across here and skip the top and bottom rows, and then we do an extra one where we do this. We basically slice it and do it 3 different times. But that sounds like a real pain. But I wonder if I could leverage the same code to do that though. If I could like identify where in this mess I'm drawing each part, maybe that would help. I sort of want to do that anyway because this is almost, I'm not even looking at the right function. It's the highlight. Like when I look at this, I don't know what we're drawing, you know? So let me try to figure out what we're drawing where. So what is, okay, so it's the very first byte. And I'm guessing offset to point gives us the top left corner. Then we're going down from the top corner. So it's, okay, so then if I had a picture of this, we're starting right here. And so that's the start point. And I guess we're going down from there. So we're going 1 row down. And then going back up a little bit of, okay, so that, I know which point that is. So it's going from here straight down to there. So it's going 1 row down to this row and then up the selection corner radius. So it's doing the left side of the first byte first. So let's say that. So it's always like 1 point ahead, by the way. So it constructs that last point and then it ends up like pushing it in at some point, right? Push the last point right here. Okay, so this is going to be start at the top left of the first byte, bottom of the arc, as opposed to the right. So it goes from bottom to right. The arc shaped like this, bottom to right. Next point is 1 row down. Right of the arc. Okay, so what does this loop do? So it's finding that same point again that we already found for corner. Maybe duplicate last point as first point. Oh, to fix the fill problem? Yeah, that trick might work. Sometimes that's enough of a trick to get the fill thing to reset, right? So I'm all for hacking in a fix, right? So let's try that. We will take that first point and we will just hack it in here saying, hey, add that again. If that actually solves it, then I'm going to give you a lot of fake internet points. No. No, sorry. It didn't actually do anything. We still have that and we still have that. Nice try, though. I do need to break this down and comment what each thing is doing, right? So the next point is going down. Why are we Hmm. So it's like we're repeating the stuff again, right? So this current line start is the same as highlight start, which is the corner. So maybe I shouldn't be pushing that in there. What if I comment that out? Yeah, I think that point was extra, but it didn't make this any better. Actually, I have a theory about what's going on. I think we're not drawing a connected shape. I think I'm drawing it down to here, and then I'm drawing it over to here, and it's trying to close the shape in a weird way. But I could be wrong about that. Yeah, it's like we're recomputing that top thing again. Did it move? Bottom is as worse as, so it just made it worse. So putting it back in there makes it better. Yeah, it's hard for me to see that, but you might be right. You know, what would make it better, easier to see is if I temporarily increase the fill to 1.0. Now it's going to be pure green. But it's actually harder to see what's the fill and what's the outline. Before the bottom bug was more vertical. So maybe it is a bug of mine in here. Current line start. Next point is it's going down by a row. And then, so this is the same thing as what we're doing here. Adding row height and then going up by the corner radius, y. If the next point is not the last point, then push it in. Push the last point in. If the next point is to the left of the last point, then we're taking the last point, and I think we're going around the curve. We're going down and to the left. Then we're going to the next point's x. So we're going to the left. So this goes down and this goes left, and then this one goes around the corner, I think. Yes, 2 times that radius. Okay, and if it's not, I think it should just go straight down, right? Plus and plus? I don't get that. Why? I don't get this one. Push the last point and then push last point, but go, is it left and then up? I don't remember where the origin is now. I think that actually might be wrong. Hold on, let me look. Let me look. I say the words hold on a lot, don't I? Draw highlight. Maybe I should look up what line segment true means, because right now I'm just adding the last point, but maybe that's the problem. Could look up some old documentation. WPF add line segment. Oh, it's just line segment. Add line segment. Or just line segment. I just want the documentation page for it. Is this it? That's Windows Media. That's the wrong one. This might be it. Why is it on Learn, though? No, it's not it. The MSDN, right? MSDN. That's still around? Yes. Why is it under Windows Media, though? Okay, here we go. Is stroked. Okay, so it's false. Oh, wait. So it's moving it. That's the problem. That's probably why we're getting that artifact. It's actually drawing a line where there shouldn't be a line. Because stroked was false, right? No, it's true. It is stroked. Never mind. Yeah, so we have a start point and we're saying draw a line from there to here. That last point is just straight down. So from the corner straight down, we add that line. That's the left line. And then we're adding an arc from let me look up arc segment. The destination point of the arc. The start point of the arc is defined as the current point in the path figure. So it goes from that previous point to this point. So the previous point was down from the corner, and then yeah, we're going around like left and down a little bit further. And then we're going to the next point. So we're going all the way to the left because that next point should be that the current line start point, right? Which is current line start. Actually, that's not correct. This actually goes nowhere, right? That's the problem. Oh, this is hard to understand. Swings down and left, and then it like maybe goes nowhere. It actually might go to the right by accident. If next point and last point are the same. Oh, wait, it's down a line. I don't get it. I'm just seeing that the corner is from the start offset and current line is start offset. So that means the current line start point will be the corner again. So it's gonna like go back up again. So this last point is going down a line. So it's gonna go from one line down, follow the corner around, and then it's gonna go up. That's okay, that makes that is the same as this visual artifact I'm seeing, right? So this line is where it went down, and then when it went over here, and then it went back up to there. But it's not, things it's not drawing the outline there for some reason. So maybe I'm just not understanding this. Time to take a break from this. Feeling like I'm getting stuck, so I'm going to take a break from it. What else can I work on? Assuming that we're going to come back and fix that. What else? That actually might be it for the hex editor, and maybe I could start working on the other control, which is the tree view. Comment one loop again. I'm getting exhausted with this. I think I need to come back here and do this later, so I'm leaving myself to do. Finish figuring out this mess and documenting it and or fixing it. Fix artifact. Don't know what you mean. Oh, it is art? Yeah. Fix the art. Fix the art later. Okay, so I do have like a jump method in here, right? So there's the constructor, the static constructor, there's, yeah, it's show range, right? So it would like move the scroll bar. And I actually don't know how to do that right now. Maybe we'll do this later because I would need to have some other control outside of the hex editor that causes it to jump to a different range of bytes. And that's really, if I had the other control that has the data tree in it, then clicking on an element, we'll get a range and a start, and we can tell the hex editor to show that range. And then we would implement that. To do. Port the show range method of hex editor. We did add highlight, we did remove highlight. We did rendering. We did mouse dragging, all that. I didn't have to implement any of this because the scroll bar did it for me. Make visible. I think that's for the entire control, so I don't need to worry about that, right? The extent, the viewport. I didn't have to do any of the measure and, okay, the point to offset to point, we did that. We did draw highlights. I think we're done. It's moving on to the next control then. Okay. Let me take a quick break and then we'll start on the next control, which is data tree. Do I have a nice documentation for this? I don't know if I do. Where would I start with this? Yeah, so the idea with this is you can add a column with a title, You can rename the column, you can resize the column, you can remove a column, you can add a row, and then you're giving the content for the first column, and remove row, and then you can set a column. So this is how you set the data. So it's like a grid, only it has collapsible structure. So you can have a row that is a parent of a bunch of other rows. So when you add a row, you give a parent token, and the parent token can be 0, which means add another root row. Otherwise, it's adding another child row. And there's a special one for the root rows. There's a special parent for it. Remove a row, set a column, get one, get the parent. Yeah, I think it's this 0 token is the oh no, 0 stands for if you can't find it. Yeah, never mind. You can enumerate the rows, a row's child rows. It can expand and collapse a row. So it's my equivalent of what Wireshark has here, where these are collapsible. Okay, but think of like a combination of this panel and this panel, where we can have columns, but we also have things that we can expand and collapse. So every time you expand it, it gets all the rows that are children get indented a little bit, and then I think I also drew some lines. So that with columns. C# today, you hate making money. For what it's worth, use Ultra Edit as a hex editor for over 20 years. Wild to think about. So did you just get here, Boner Pull? You want to see what I worked on? Did I change something at the last minute to cause it to want to compile? So I have my hex editor all done. You can even add highlights to like selected regions. There's a little bit of a graphical artifact that I'm going to work on that when I rest my brain on that, because I got kind of overwhelmed trying to find that bug. Yeah, so not only do I want to use these highlights for like when you select a region of bytes, but I also want it like when you have next to it like the tree view of the data structure, that if you click on something, it'll actually highlight the bytes that corresponding to the thing you clicked. And maybe even like you can say highlight hierarchy, and it would highlight in different colors. Like you'd have the overall thing, and then inside here you'd have like 3 sub parts, and that would be like highlighted in different colors. And you can kind of see with the color hierarchy, or I don't know accessibility. So if I had a friend who's colorblind, maybe they could help me with that. But for those who could use color to give more clearer meaning of what's going behind, I could represent hierarchies with overlapping highlights of different colors. So now that I have the hex editor part, I need to actually do the data tree part, which is, again, I'm thinking a combination of this panel and this panel, where you can have collapsible rows, but the rows can also have columns. Yeah, that's the end goal of this project. So I'm just reviewing the. So I wrote it in C#. I need to port it to egui, really. Okay, so mouse move. I think this is so that we can always figure out what row we're on. And if you click it, yeah, if you click it, you might expand a row if it's expandable. You might expand or collapse a row if you click on the little plus symbol. Okay, in the rendering part, here we go. So it's if we have columns, we're drawing rectangles and text in them. So those are the column headers. So that corresponds to these things at the top. And I think this is, what is this? If the column width is greater than that, I don't know what this is doing. There's a title text. Oh, that's the rectangle part. This is the text part. And we're only drawing the text if the column's wide enough, I guess. If the column's not wide enough, we're not bothering to draw it. Yeah, and we're clipping it so that we don't overdraw the column and draw into the next column over. Okay, and then we get the bounds. I guess that's for the row, or is that for the overall header thing? I don't know. No, it's independent of the column. So this must be for the actual body below the columns, right? So we're using the visitor pattern. So we're walking the data structure, and at every level, we're saying if the row is expanded, then I guess we're collecting the extent of a row, how many rows belong to a parent, and then this is, I guess, saying if it's visible, we're and it has no columns, or the column width is, what is this thing? If columns count equals 0, or column 0 width minus column padding is greater than 0, what does that mean? I don't know. I think this is drawing the principal column. So that one has to like this. It has to be drawn at a level depending on how far we're indented, right? This level. So that level will go into the calculations here. Yeah, right here. So we're including the level in the calculations for where we put it on the X dimension when we draw it. So we draw. I don't know why I'm drawing a rectangle. Oh, that's the bound for the whole row, I guess. Then this is the like the dash next to it, and then if it's expanded, we draw a up down, so it becomes a plus. And then this is drawing a line next to it to kind of show the hierarchy, and then I think this is drawing a line over to it from the left to the right. It's hard to see. No, it's drawing a vertical line. Oh, to its children, right? And that's a visitor pattern, so it walks the whole hierarchy, giving us a different row on a different level from the root. Oh, and then there's extra code if it's a selected row. I guess I highlight it. I highlight the row. Okay, and then it's drawing the text in the columns. Yeah, it's very complicated. This is WPF. So the way you can tell it's WPF is I have a drawing context, and I'm doing things like with that I'm overriding an on render. And at the top of my class, you'll see it is it's based on framework element. So that's from system Windows control. So it's WPF. So yeah, what else? So besides the drawing and the rows and the columns, what else is there? I thought there was a way you could drag the columns around. Measure internal. Finding a row. Removing a row tree from from index. Was it like in the mouse move? Collapse row. Oh, maybe here it is. Yeah, we could be resizing a header, right? We can change the width of a header by dragging the division between the columns. Right, and this tells if we're about to drag a header, if we're over like use the size west east cursor if we're over the divider between columns. So that when we press down and we're over it, we're now resizing the header. All right, and this is right. And this is if you press the plus or minus button, either collapses or expands the row. Okay, so I think I have a handle over what the code looks like. I don't have a visual example to show other than kind of Wireshark has like these little triangles that turn down when it's expanded. Mine is like just a plus or a minus, and I have extra lines that go down from that and go to the right of its children. And I have this same bar with the rectangles with the text in them, and then you can resize the columns, and that goes above all of that. So let me take a quick break and I'll just have this on screen during the break. Enjoy the chair stream for a few minutes. Oh, is there any tree view widget for Rust? I looked and ChatGPT didn't think that there was, so that's why I'm porting mine. Certainly makes custom controls easier to create. Yeah, it wasn't too hard to make custom controls both in WPF and also in egui now. It's not too bad. You can base your widget off of more primitive widgets, and you can also do primitive drawing controls. The only problem I'm having is that there's a little visual artifact there. But other than that, it looks pretty good. I'll be right back. Should I worry if I haven't seen my cat that maybe she got herself locked up in a drawer somewhere? Ask Finn the same question when you get back. Let's ask Finn the same question. Is there a tree view widget in egui? It appears that egui does not currently have a built-in tree view widget. However, you can create one. Yep, it says you can just make it yourself. That's what I'm going to be doing. Okay, let's back this up. Okay, and then let's start the new component. So got a lot of weird windows that are open. I don't need some of these. Here. Okay, I'm gonna make a new folder out here called data tree. Actually, what did I call it? Did I call hex editor hex underscore editor? Yes, I did. So this should be data. What happened? Where'd my nice folder go? Data tree. And in there, we're going to copy hex editor's cargo toml. Paste. And I'm going to copy the whole source directory of hex editor. And we're going to go in there and we're going to just rename it. It's not hex editor anymore. It is, oh, I can't rename it. Shoot. I have to change this. Data tree. I don't think I need an LRU though. I'm going to delete that one. Okay, and at the top level, we now have a data tree. And ooh, the eyes say we found something new. Have you played with Finn much? I didn't know about it until yesterday. Also, is it find or find? I guess it's find. I mean, it's a made-up word, so we can pronounce it however we want, right? Yes. Okay, so let's cut out the things I don't want from it. There's no drag state. There's no bitstream, cache, or length, or drag state. Font we want. No wool highlights. It's different. It's going to be like a selected row or something like that, right? We'll add that later. Did it like rename the wrong thing? Because I told it to rename this. Why didn't it rename it? Oh, I have to say that, apply. Interesting. Okay. So response, it's going to be like row selected or something. And then I think it was either token or it was like an index. Let's see. Like when we add a row, what do we get back? We get back an int. What is that int? It's a token. Okay. So I need to invent another token type. So let's just rename the one in place. So this is a row token. Sure. This seems new to me. I don't remember seeing that before. None of this stuff applies anymore, right? It's all going. Hold on. Is there like background color or foreground color? I must have hard coded that. Let's keep that. Header color, data color. No LRU cache. No highlight. No bitstream. Row selected is the only response we can do. This is row selected. And this is a row token. Token. Okay. There's no bitstream. It's just a font. Oh, we should have a next row token. We're gonna need that. Row token. See ya, McNet. Okay, font, add, so we don't have these. We have a draw though. We will have a character width and height. We don't have this. Okay. This will be header size. We will have a header. The header size will be the row height because we're making columns. Actually, I think we should have two fonts, or we should just not use the monospace font anymore. This should be like a non-monospace font, proportional. So really, the character width is not important. It's the row height we still need, though. Okay, so the way we paint the rows is different. We will have columns. And I think the columns are just going to be column labels right now. So that's a vector of strings. Why is this doing this now? What did I change to see that? I must have hit something, or maybe this is a new version of VS Code that snuck out under me. How big and deep are these trees? They can be pretty deep. Is virtualization something to consider now or later? Virtualization as in like having a scroll bar? Yeah, we want a scroll bar. If you're displaying data structures, you want to keep a monospaced font. The way I was going to do it is kind of like Wireshark. So they don't use a monospaced font. They use a proportional font. You can kind of see that. I want to use a monospaced font for the hex editor. Although I showed yesterday, we can even use a proportional font here, and it looked kind of weird, but it still looks readable. But the primary thing that's going to show up in the tree here is like actually human readable text. It's like a text interpretation of what's in the hex editor. So I think I do want to stick with proportional font. Also, I'm making a reusable component, and it's supposed to work with a tree of data. I guess if you wanted to, you could override the font, right, with a monospace font if you want. But I'm like I'm not aligning the characters. I'm only aligning the columns. Actually, that reminds me, the column actually has to have more information in it. Struct column. So we need to have the label, just a string, and we also need the width, which is float. Not familiar with proportional fonts? Proportional font is where like the capital I is not as wide as the capital W. That's all it means. Every character has a different width. So it's like text in a web browser. Like when we read find, this is using a proportional font. Whereas the code is traditionally a monospace font because sometimes you want to align things on certain character columns, but you don't really need to do that when you're writing text, if that makes sense. Okay, so what am I doing here? This is going to be to do. We're basically going to draw the text. I'm just looking at this and seeing if any of it's useful. I don't think any of this is useful. We are going to draw some text, so maybe I keep this. So the position is the columns, is the column offset, which I need to. I'm thinking, do I do a fold here? No, we'll just keep it outside. Column offset equals 0. Oh, right. That's the anchor. And then what we're printing here is actually column.label. Borrowed. Or do I have to clone that? I don't know. And then we're doing column offset plus equals column.width. So we actually wrote it. Okay, yeah, and then we want the scrollable space. And we actually won't know the size of it until we actually render one pass. So that this is going to be one of those cases in egui that I read about where we had to just make a guess, and then we get the actual. When we get the actual, we update it. So we'll have to have some kind of like last canvas height. And we'll just initialize it to 0 or something here. This bugs me that it wants me to click something. Hold on, let me see if this has to do with let me just restart. Reload, right? I might have hit something that now it insists on doing a preview on the refactor. I'll let it think before I try to do it again. So top bottom, child UI, yes, all this is the same, canvas size. Right, so what we'll do here is we'll make this, we don't know the total rows yet. Hold on, we do know the total rows. If we traverse our data tree once and build the total rows, then we would know it. But that would mean we'd have to traverse it twice. So how about we don't do that? We'll use the previous knowledge of it. That is self.last canvas height. And we'll just update it as we go. Inverse meaning monospaced? Yes. Proportional fonts mean the characters their width is proportional to what the glyph is, I guess. So that there's no extra space. And then monospace is the opposite of that. So offset, yes. Why did I do this? Mod row height. Oh, this is the snapping, right? So we don't see a partial row. Yeah, I guess we want to still do that. Okay, so then yeah, we're still calculating this. This though is going to be different. So what if I just like delete all the rest of it for now? Okay, if clicked, it's really going to be row selected. But let's make that to do. Or we can just say we always select the first row. Row token. What? I just hard code it then. You click anywhere, you're selecting the zero token, whatever that means. There's no drag state. So it's gonna, well, we're computing that we're not using it. That's fine. If I do that, it'll be fine. See, we're not supporting dragging. Okay, so then I should say it's only click, not drag. Okay, so no highlights, no highlight parts. All this wonderful code is going away. Sure is a lot of it. Point to offset. That's sort of what I needed up here. I'm just going to mark it to do. Really, it's point to row, column, right? And that Boolean isn't, and we might not actually click on a row or a column. So I'm just going to leave this to do. We'll do this later. And I don't know if I even need that. So I'm just going to cut it out, and there's no text width. Be tempted to publish this as a library? No one would have to write this unless they want to. That's why I am putting it into a crate. If eventually I can actually publish it, I would. Okay, lots of warnings, and I'm okay with that. Let's get rid of that, and all of these. Okay, I just wanted to draw something. So it should just draw a header column. If I define add columns, which I'm going to do right now. Self name is a string and width in F32s. Okay, did I allow inserting in this for add column? Yes, I did. So then we're going to do that. Wrong lib. We're done with the hex editor. Here. So index. Use size, I guess. So yeah, it's index min columns is going to be self.columns. Count is length. Oops, I corrupted that. Okay. Insert takes an index and an element, so that's new column. Or just column, right? I guess I called it title. So we're calling it name and width. Label. Okay, we'll call it label. Okay, I'm glad that that little preview thing went away. That was bugging me. This is let index equal that. Okay, so we have the add column. Self. So I should at least be displaying like a label somewhere. So let's go back and add one. So I need to, in this one, we have hex editor. Now we want the data tree as well. Okay, and then I have a data tree. Yeah, columns should be resizable. So if you hover over the line between columns and drag, it'll resize it. Data tree new. Okay, so okay, here I need to figure out how to divide the space horizontally to put the data tree to the right of the hex editor, right? The other thing I want to do is in the app, we actually want to just add some dummy columns for now. Yeah, here in the new, right here. Where do I make the info? Here's where to do it. Okay, so let's move this out. Make it mutable. So I could say info overlay dot. Oh, wait. No. I don't want to do it this way. I want to go into info overlays constructor. Do it there. Yeah, so let's pull this out. Like that. Make it mutable. Data tree dot add column 0. Label is going to be gosh, I don't know what to call it. Data, I guess, or path. Part width 100. And then we'll add a column called value, which will be 200. To string. All right, so now there is a date. Now we need to, I need to figure out how to partition the space, right? So before we did this with, actually, I haven't done this before. I need to like see if the examples for egui have like a slider. We can we use a slider? Not this one. From here, maybe? So is there like something like a splitter? Window resize? Window width? Ah, yes, this thing. I want one of these things, right? So where's the source code for that? I guess it's in the window with panels. Source code for everything else. That's the widget gallery. How do I guess we'll just search. Or we can ask find. How do I split a window in egui or panel? Whoops. I must have hit back. How do I split an egui panel horizontally with a resizable splitter? Name instead of part. Yeah, I was fumbling around in my mind between name and part. I think I like part because it's a composition. But okay, so it's vertical splitter. Use the resize struct. Okay. Let's try that. Vertical splitter. No such thing. Oh, because it's vertical splitter, right? Maybe? Maybe not. Doesn't look like we have a such thing as this vertical splitter. No such thing. Okay, something suggested in a GUI. Oh, well, that's someone thought it would be a good idea to make one. So this is a hypothetical interface. What if I just look up the word oops, I closed that. If I just look up horizontal. Horizontal line? Separator? Oh wait, there's something we're adjusting. Placement of something. Yeah, well, there wasn't anything that matched the word splitter. So they must call it something else. And I'm thinking maybe horizontal, we would see it. I wonder if it's where you do a horizontal layout and then the middle widget is something called a splitter or separator. Yeah, there we go, separator. Aha, I think we found it. A horizontal line. I want something that we can drag though. Is that what does this support that? What I really want to do is find the source code for that for the panel, windows with panels, right? Like this is exactly what I want. But it doesn't have a nifty source code link like the others do. So now I'm looking around to see if one of the other ones does. Ooh, that's cool. I want to figure out how to do that too. Code example. That's not a splitter. Ooh, they have tree. Yeah, so I'm making something like a combination of this with extra columns is what I'm working on. So I guess there is a tree under the miscellaneous demos. Okay. I wish I could find the source for this one. Oh, I saw that source code. I'm like, oh, is that it? I wonder if I just follow one of these and look for the window with panels. So, demo lib source. Maybe there's a window with panels in here. Window with panels. Found it. All right. Okay, is it just that I make a central panel and then I declare two different things in it? Is that how this is working? Yeah, that's what we're looking at, Vincent, I think. If I want that, then I guess I'm wanting something between a central panel. Whatever is between the central panel and the left panel. That's what I want. Wait, how is that organized? There's a left and a right and a bottom. Do I just want left panel, right panel, and it automatically size them for me? So let me try that. So egui side panel left, side panel right. Side. Some ID. Hex editor. Resizable, true. Default width, I don't know, 500. Show inside. UI, and then UI generates stuff. And that's where we're putting the hex editor right now. So I think then all I need to do is add a right panel, right? Also, okay. So this is the data tree response. Data tree. Okay, let's try it. Look at that tree component. Maybe the demo didn't show all the features. I don't think it has columns. That's the problem. But I could look at how it's implemented. Uh-oh. Oh, no, we got to here. Canvas height. Why did I have a to do there? That should just be 0.0. Oh, I think I did it. Problem is that it's only resizing the right, but it's, oh, there's a separate slider. Okay, so I guess, do I want like a left and a central then? Something like that. I think that did it, right? Yep. Okay, but I need to adjust these. They need to be a lot bigger. So 500 is not going to cut it. How about 1,000? And somewhere where we set the default size of the window, right? Actually, 1,000 was pretty close to being right. That font is teeny tiny. Wait. The default's not size 8. Go to Regedit and have the values in a right panel. That sucks because you can only see the values for the current selected level. Any good examples of what we're trying to create? Not good examples, but it's like this, only put this on the left and then put a combination of these two on the right so that like instead of seeing a flat list of packets is just one level of the tree, and then you can open up a packet and see these things in it, and that squash that to the right, put the hex editor to the left. That's what my mental model of this is. So I'm looking at this thinking like, when did we override the size of the font? Because if I think it's not 8, because that would be teeny tiny. Yeah. So where am I overriding the size of the font? It's not here, so is it here? Oh, it's when we made it. Okay, I'm dumb. So I wanted to do a font here. Font ID proportional, and then we'll pick 18 also. What language was it that had to have a 0 after the dot? Was that C++? And Rust doesn't need the 0 after the dot? So here are my columns. I don't have them as, I don't have rectangles around them with the resize thing yet. But we'll work on that. Set font. I'm using the builder pattern. So the builder pattern is that you just, when you make one new one, then you do font, and it takes self, mutates it, and then returns it back. The window, when we create it, we set a size, right? So that's in W init, I think. That's the position, but where is the size? Is it just picking a default size? Do a width size. Okay. What size do I put here? I guess that would be physical of in some way, right? Physical size. Width. It's in some. See, I don't like how it's all abstracted away. Did I just put a number here? 1500 by 800. I don't know. I guess so. C# does, or you can do 2F, you think? Okay, that's much too big. And it also put the slider. Okay, so what if I do 1000? Does that mean the hex editor is, that 1000 I did for the hex editor is too big? No, yes. A little bit wider. A little bit wider, and in the info overlay, I'll reduce this one to like 800. This point, I'm just like playing around with numbers. That's pretty good. That's like, if I just for the benefit of the stream, if I go tweak this to be 50 and 50, then it'll fit without me having to move it. It'll fit, not collide with chat or my camera. Look at that. And if I wanted to like nitpick, then how many pixels is that? Probably 50. So make that 750. That was precisely right. Okay. Okay, let's add the rectangles around the data tree. UI.painter.rect. I need a rect. Get rect. From min-max, I guess, or yeah. From two positions? What's the difference between from min-max and from two positions? They both take positions and then, I don't know, let's see. Oh, bounding rectangle of 2 points. That's kind of cool. Or I could also do from points if it's an array. Everything right of. Okay, so the minimum point is this point here, right? So we should pre-calculate that. Or top left, right? Top left. And bottom right. That's column offset plus column width, which means I can say column offset equals bottom right dot x, right? And actually, can I make the bottom right, the top left plus some size? Just curious. Can I say that that's top left, like I thought it was translate, but I don't see translate. I thought we did use translate. Yeah, there was translate. In E-math? What? Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's position 2 default from. Okay, never mind. I shouldn't try to be smart here. It should just be row height. Okay, so rounding. I deleted it, but I was playing around with rectangles before, right? Why is this crossed out? Oh, because you're supposed to use rounding 0. Okay. I don't know why I find this interface so difficult to use. Fill color, that's color transparent. Stroke, here we go. So stroke. New, I guess. Width 2.0. Color 32 white. Or actually, let's use the border color. Header color. Top left, bottom right. Man, drawing rectangles is hard. And it drew him way the heck over there. We need to add its I did it here somewhere. Where is it? Adding the header rect min. Why don't we just pre-calculate this, because this is annoying. I did this in the hex editor, didn't I? What did I call it there? Like canvas offset or something? Why don't I just call it the same? So plus canvas offset, plus canvas offset, canvas offset. Okay, it drew part, but I don't know where header went. Oh, the column offset's baked in. Yeah, so we might as well just go back to saying plus equal column width. So we're adding it twice. Who cares? Who cares? Okay, so there should be like a margin or something around all of this, right? And I don't think well, another constant. It's gonna be a lot of constants before I'm done, right? Thing is, it doesn't like it doesn't like align it on to make it pixel accurate, does it? Huh. I should probably be looking at the C# version of this so that I don't like reinvent stuff. So let's go to the on render. So this thing had padding, but I'm going to let that padding be like something that the parent layout worries about. This is that scroll thing, right? I wonder if I'm going to need a horizontal scroll bar. This one assumed that you might have one. So draw a rectangle, column width plus header border size. So I didn't count the border size in the width for some reason. And what's this header space? That's the height, right? Header spacing is calculated differently. Okay. There's column padding. Okay, so also we're clipping in we're constraining the clipping region to that before we draw the text in case it overflows. But that is the same as that. I'm wondering how it looked. Because this one, it's looking kind of too close to that line for my comfort. So it's going to draw the text right at that line. Maybe it's just the alignment. Maybe I did like center alignment or something. Problem is I can't run this to see what it looks like anymore. Push clip. All right, that didn't help. What if I just add a little bit? So column offset plus like some constant like column header padding. Scroll. Scroll. Okay. F32 equals, I don't know, 5. Okay, that looks better. Do I want to do the column resizing now or do that later? I think I'd like to get into like actually showing real data here. That would be cool. That would be awesome. So I guess we're starting with manufactured information. So How did add row work? How did actually we store the rows and stuff? I'll do rename column, resize column, remove column later. Add row. There's a parent token, an index, and a content. That index is, oh, the index of the children of the parent. Okay, how did find a row work? Okay, so with a 0 token, you get to that special root that is hidden. Okay. Otherwise, we're looking at in a row index. So there's a dictionary between a token and a row. Okay. What's in a data tree row? Do I have that in another file? I do. Okay, so a row has values for its columns. I think that's because the columns have tokens, right? Actually, why does it have why is it a dictionary and not a list? Okay, children is a list. Can't remember if list is like a vector or if it's like a linked list. It's got a token, it's got a parent. So it has a direct reference to its parent rather than having a token and having like a lookup. So I don't want to have sharing problems. So maybe what I do is I have them all stored in a dictionary by token, and then they refer to each other through tokens. And I guess we would have this parent, but then we have the problem where if we remove the root of an if we remove something with child rows, we have to go delete the child rows first. I probably had to deal with this in the C# also. Okay. We're kind of done with this one, right? Okay. Why did I use U32? Let's use usize. And let's have a row. Struct row. A row should have like values for each column, right? Values. Vec string. Hey there, Dravisted. I'm okay today. I don't know how much longer I want to stream for. These long streams kind of are taxing. What else do we have in a row? Oh, we have the child rows, right? So children. So that's a vector of row tokens. And we also have a parent row token. And that's about it. So actually, let's put row and column in the same area here. Here we go. So we should have the rows here, right? So that should be hash map from row token to row, right? But then we need like something that represents the root node. I guess that's the root, which it doesn't have any values or parent. It just has children. So I guess that's, we'll just have the vector of row tokens at this level. No, that's not what I want. I want to import it from standard collections, not egui, whatever. Okay. Last there. Root. Empty vector. Rows. Empty hash map. And let's put in some dummy data to see it. That was in the info overlay, right? Right up here. So let's have like, I'm just thinking like, we're gonna want like to get back the token so that we can use it in subsequent calls, right? Add row. So I think the way we want to do this is like give the parent token, if there is one, otherwise it's none, and we need an index, and that's it, right? No, we want to have like a vector of what to populate for its columns. So this would be like, the part would be foo, the value would be 42 or something like that, right? And that's just going to be moved in. Okay, and then we'll have bar be another one at the root level. Lulls, because we can. And then let's make spam be something where that's some foo. So something that we can expand foo and see it. And I think that'll be good enough for now. 69. So I need to have an add row. Have an add column, I don't have an add row. Let's do it. Pub function add row. Mute self. So this is parent option row token. Index is a usize, and columns. It's a vector of string. And we're going to expand that into a vector of columns. And it returns a row token. Okay, error. Oh, all these need to be converted to string. To string. The expansions of the strings. Disallowed? Screw you. Allow the disallowed names. Yeah, we actually don't need these because they're leaf nodes. Cool. That's just manufactured data. We'll replace it with real data later that we're not using. Okay, so actually to do something here. Well, first we want to manufacture a new token, right? Token equals self.next row token, self.next row token plus equal 1. That hopefully it doesn't really matter what the next is, but I think I started out at 1. Okay, and then we're going to ultimately return token, right? But first we're going to do self.rows.insert token and row values. That is, well, do I want to call it values or do we want to call it columns? No, we're going to call it values because values are a combination of row and column. So that's, so we should call this values. So it's values, but we need to map them. Right? Or do we? No, it's just string. Yeah, it's just values. As is. Children is going to be an empty vector. Parent is parent. Then we have to actually find the parent. Why is this an error? That should be an option. Because the root one doesn't, yeah, that one should be an option. Yep, okay. So then we also need to add it to its parent and at the index that was requested, right? So it means we have to find the parent. So actually, this could end up getting an error. Well, do we want to return it as an error? Or do we want to just panic? I'm thinking about just panicking right now. Because you shouldn't be passing a row token that you never got in the first place. It would be a programming error if you did, right? Then again, it is between libraries, so maybe we want a result. I don't know. I think we want to do this first, right? Let parent row. Should just call this parent token. Self.rows. Well, it's parent token map, right? Token to self rows.get token expect parent not found. A parent should be found. Not sound. Found. And it could be optional. Right, because if it's adding it under the root, then we have a special vector we want to use for that. Good evening. Good evening. You already said that. Why did I saw with my eye something change? I don't know what it was. Okay, so okay, so this will panic early. So I guess we would just do it here. If let some parent row I'm gonna have trouble inserting, aren't I? If I'm still holding onto the parent row. This is gonna tell me I'm gonna have a borrow problem. Yep. So I guess we have to put it in first and then do this. So if we have a parent row, then that parent row children dot insert index. I need to actually construct this, don't I? Oh no, I just need the token. So it's just token. Mute. Get mute. Else self dot root dot insert index token. With a com kick. There's a specific reason why you're developing this project under a Linux VM. Not really. Well, maybe because Linux tends to be a lighter operating system, so while it's in a VM, Linux would be easier to run than some other OS. And it's in a VM. There is a reason to do it in a VM. It gives me it gives me a really nice separation between what is broadcasted on stream and what's not. So I don't have to worry like if some pop-up shows up or like, I don't know, I accidentally click on something and like it shows my own personal folders. I don't have to worry about that actually showing up on the stream anymore. I also can have like a user account just called Raimu who has a password Raimu, right? Who am I? So it fits, like the VM sort of represents my work on stream now. And there's a closer mapping between the machine and the stream. Also, another perk of it is I can restart the VM and the stream doesn't go down. If I had to restart my host OS, it would bring the stream down. Other streamers will have two PCs, like one is what they do on stream, the other one is just the streaming PC. But with just one PC, if you put a VM in it, then you can reboot the VM without taking the stream down. You have Windows as a VM for work for the same reasons. I mean, another advantage of it is I can take a snapshot of the VM, try something potentially destructive, and then restore. Also, if I get hacked, like doing something on stream and like it has to do with some security thing, and then someone manages to hack into my VM, well, they really can't do much to my main computer. That's why scam baiters use VMs. So overall good experience. Oh, another thing is I can, at the end of the stream, I can just stop the VM, and then the next stream I can start it up, and it's exactly where we were at the end of the last stream. Whereas before I'd have to like, if I wanted to have a seamless transition between streams, it would be much harder to do because I'd have to like remember what file did I have open, what line number was I on, that kind of thing. Okay, so this adds the data composition. Now all we need to do is draw it. So we're drawing the headers. Now we need to draw the rows. Oh, I also need to record when we're in those rows whether or not it is expanded. So this should say like expanded bool, and the default expanded is actually, let's just make that an argument of add row. We'll let the user decide, do they want it initially expanded or not. So this, let's say false for all of them for now. Fault, false. Okay. With such languages as Rust, this is nice because it has an amazing package manager. For you, it's a nightmare, configure everything. Oh yeah. I used to work on C++ in the stream, and I was using CMake, and parts of it made it really nice, but also like pulling in anything third party was just a train wreck because there's no standardization. Some things would work fine, other things would be terrible. Sometimes the other project had a CMake file, but it was oriented to be a top level package and not to be reused. Actually, most of the time that was the case. There are a few that were really nice and like you could use them as subfolders. But yeah, it was always hit and miss. VC package made it a little bit nicer, yeah. Does it make sense for gaming? I guess for some games, the games that don't need high frame rate, you'd be fine in a VM. But yeah, well, you'd either need to not do it in a VM or you need a really powerful host that makes that allows the guest to run really fast with low latency. So probably the gaming streams that I know have two PCs. They have the game PC and then they have the streaming PC. Not just for the ability to run straight on the machine, but also that heavy load of the game doesn't interrupt the stream, and the fact then and the vice versa, that the encoding for the stream doesn't like degrade the game performance. Also, it allows you to switch between a PC and a console and keep your stream up. You just switch the source that the streaming PC is grabbing from. So that's the approach I would do for gaming also. Yeah, fine for chess. For any other complicated game, probably the two PC stream would be better. Okay, we add the expanded. I'm just gonna need that down here, right? Yeah, so what I wanted to do here was just navigate. So we're gonna have to remember our row number. Or I think in the C# one I just had a visitor pattern. Yeah, I think we're gonna do the same thing. We're going to be doing the visitor pattern, and it's gonna pass us back a row number. So we're gonna say like I need 2 levels of visitor though, don't I? Because the root is handled specially. Yeah, we'll just call it what it is. Self.visit root. Am I going to need anything else from self though? In the closure? I don't think so. Yeah, we'll get everything back that we want, right? Okay, so visit rows. Or visit all rows? Visit root rows? There we go. Visit root rows. Root row! Egui, yes. Do you want to see what I've had so far? Can't build it yet because I'm in the middle of adding something, but I can run the last build. So we have a hex editor. And what I'm working on is now a data tree. And the idea is kind of making something like Wireshark. So a breakdown of what this data means would show up here. And we define the data in a custom language like this. And it's compiling this into an abstract syntax tree that we then walk in order along with the input bytes, and we construct a data tree of what the bytes mean. So that's what I'm working on now. When I get this up and running, I can actually use the program to describe itself. Right now it's kind of hard. The best way that I have so far is I show you the format on one side, some example data on the other side, and then I run this one to show you that, okay, it parses the header, which is a signature inversion. Here they are. Offset 0 through 6. That's these 6 bytes. And then the screen's width and height is 300. So that's this this int16 here and this int16 here, because that's part of logical screen. Part of that's the descriptor, and there's the width and height. And that's how we do a little endian UI 16. All right, so visiting the rows. I guess what we're just going to get back is a row. I think we want the rows token too. What do we do in the C# version? It's like visit or something, right? Visit visible rows. Should probably call it the same thing, right? Visit visible rows, or maybe just make that an argument. Visit rows true. Visit visible rows. That's a lot of emotes. You don't have the ones I like, the Primogen ones. Banger. Actually, it looks like we did visit visible rows more than once. Yeah, we did it to measure the extent also. The one I really care about is it should be on render. Here we go. Okay, so we expect back also a level. That's important. Okay. What are we doing with it? Row extent. Forget why I did this. Should I just copy this whole block and then maybe it'll be clear to me when I'm done? Let's copy this whole block and just port it. And I'll just do what it says, even though maybe it doesn't make sense right now. Okay, so we just dropped a bunch of C# code into Rust, so it's going to be really annoyed with me. What is this row number? That's something I have to pre-initialize? I think so. Yep. That state that moves into our closure. Let row number equals 0 to start with. And then we are going to move that into our closure. So let row extent total visible descendants. So we kept track of that? Huh. Okay. I guess that's a cache of some kind. Is that part of row, I guess? Data tree row? Yep. So, oh, there's also expandable. Right, we don't, well, actually, why would I ever want something not to be expandable? We should, if it has no children, you can't expand it. That makes sense, but why make it like non-expandable? I don't remember why. Okay, so apparently that's I need that for caching purposes. So let's go ahead and add it. Total visible descendants. Usize. 0. Those are all at chess streamers? You had primacy most, but your 6th month expired. Feels bad, man. Ooh. What is this? Global tessellation options. There we go, collapsing. That's how they did that. So they have a built-in collapsing thing. What are we looking at this link for, Vincent? I don't know. To look at the collapsing thing? Bezier demo. Okay. That's cool. Okay. This is just X. I'm fighting my editor here a little bit. Fighting it just a little bit. Select all. Go right, go left, E. There we go. This is going to complain until I actually define this, so maybe I go and do that now. Don't think we need mutable access to it. We do need to make it generic. fn mute visitor. Let's give it a nice, polite, full word name. Okay, then it gets row token, immutable access to a row, and a level, which is a use size. Okay, so that error went away. I thought I added an expanded. I did, but the E got deleted off of it. That's, yeah. You can blame my search replace for that. Total visible descendants. Trying hard to farm points. Yeah, I'm just kind of set on porting the existing widget I have. And since I'm porting an existing widget from another framework, it's going to be hard, if not like impossible, to use things from the existing framework I'm porting it to, unless they map exactly to WPF. In this case, it doesn't. So I rolled my own collapsing. Now, maybe after I port it, I can say, oh, well, this part, I can use a collapsing for it. Maybe. Because we are like going to make a rectangular area that we could put into a collapsing, right? And the collapsing does have that cool animation that animates everything below it coming up, right? And it kind of folding away. And mine won't have that. So let's make that a thing for later. Here, I'll help facilitate your points. So try using collapsing from egui for data tree. Idea from Vicent. Deal and car. Yes, you get a point. Now you have 9 points. That's right. That's how you get those points. Okay, line spacing is row height, right? Row height. Yes, way up there. We have row height. Bounds, top, bounds, bottom. Right here, this is the clip top, clip bottom, right? Okay, I don't have a Y and an X. Why don't I? Find it eventually. Oh, those are mutable variables that we were playing around with. So I need to like initialize them. I don't think I reuse X, do I? So it's really just Y that gets reused. And that's going to be canvas size, canvas offset dot Y. Right, because we take all of our canvas coordinates and we add canvas offset Y to it. So that's the very first row, which will be very negative. Hold on. Oh, I already pre-computed this, so it should be if Y is greater than or equal to first visible row. Actually, and it's not Y, it's row number. First visible row and less than last visible row. Or equal to, right? If it's so, should I just turn this around because it's a huge indent? No, I have to do that at least, right? Yeah. Okay, so, well, I can increment the row number after this, right? Why is that, like, poorly indented? Because the formatter just gave up. Okay, let x equal... So let's make that the canvas offset.x. Okay, columns. That's self. Just pick all of these columns. Self.columns. Okay, am I going to run into a problem where self is multi-borrowed? Maybe I need to pass this into it. And I say that we get a self reference back out. So then I can do, inside the closure, I can do this instead of self. So it's like passing in the reference. Okay, so that's len. So if there are no columns or the first column's width padding. I don't think I'm gonna have padding. But do I? I can add that later. I can add that later. Don't need the parentheses. Oh, this is just going to be slow and painful porting, isn't it? Why do I have this thing, a column length is 0, then go into this? I think this doesn't make much sense. If the column's length is 0, we're not printing anything. Oh, but we still have to do little tick marks that expand and contract rows. Unless we decide to skip it. Yeah, get wrecked, automod. Why didn't it like TF? Oh, the F? Automod. TF is okay? Come on. Bounds. We don't have a bounds. Bounds. What does bounds come from? Oh, that's our clip area. This rect. Get wrecked, right? Let's actually call that clip rect. Does set clip rect return me the previous? Or can I get the clip? Okay, I can get it and I can set it back. Okay. Because there's like push clip and then like pop. I don't know why I have a try there. Nothing throws an exception, right? Hmm. Okay, I guess let mute inner bounds. Yeah, start with clip rect. If there's more than one column, then okay, so I can just say if let some first column equal this dot columns dot first. Then this is first column here. No padding. Bounds top is clip top. Bounds height is clip rect dot height. Come on, don't fight me, editor. Min and max. Min. Well, hold on. Can I just do like a from min size? There we go. From min size. And the size is what? A vec2. Okay, it liked that. Okay, and then let new clip rect equal clip rect dot, is there an intersect with inner bounds. Okay. That's assigned back to inner bounds. Okay, and then the equivalent of this is I did it up here somewhere. UI.setClipRect. Inner bounds. But I need to remember to set it back here to cliprect. And we're getting rid of this try business. Okay. If row is expandable, well, that's always true, so we're deleting that. Or one wet. What's this or one business? I don't know what I was doing with that. That just like makes it odd. Is that the whole point? Make it odd, round up to the nearest odd number, and then subtract one? Why? I don't know why. Okay. Box extent. This business is just like, well, math round is just round. Actually, do you do round or you do dot round? I think it's dot round. So it would be that dot round. Maybe. Row height is an F32. Yes. So times 0.5. Shouldn't I be able to round that? It's really confused. Round. Yeah, we should be able to round it. I'm getting rid of this, all this business here. I'm just going to say as U size. I don't know why we're rounding, but we're not even going to round. We're just going to do round. Let box extent equal that. And then let cross extent is again just that rounded. Okay, center, so let center X. It's the floor of these things, so I have X, right? Yes, so all of that, this is as F32 dot floor. Okay, let center Y dot floor. Okay, now we gotta draw a rectangle. I know how to do that. I did it up here somewhere. Where what here was. Here we drew a rectangle. So let's draw another rectangle down here. Right here. Okay, I don't know what the null means, but with the UI paint, shoot. We don't want to, I don't want to move the UI into this. So maybe what I do is I give it the UI and it gives it back to me. So we can pass in the UI here. Mutable. There. Now we can get it in there. Make it even, wasn't it split on center? It's doing something like getting to the nearest pixel, but I don't know if we need to do that. It might have been I was trying to get rid of the aliasing artifacts by moving it to a, yeah, moving it, snapping it to a nearest pixel or something like that. Okay, what's the, so it's box extent for Why is it twice? Oh, it's width and height is box extent. So that's wait, top left? No. Pause to this stuff. Okay, too much indentation. We gotta cut it off. This is painful. Painful, painful. What's this absolute thing? It splat? Splat! Same value. Box extent. Interesting way to say it. That shouldn't go there. Point zero. Okay. I think, oh, and the header pen. So that's header color, right? And I think that 0 means the rounding, so yeah. I drew a rectangle. Whew! Okay, I think now we can draw a line, right? Draw, or line. Line segment. Need 2 points and a stroke. All right, and these are the points actually. So instead of new point, it's just position 2, right? If not row expanded, then we're drawing another line. So hold on. I'm gonna steal this line to draw another line down here. Okay, so this line, this moves down to the Y. And this one also moves down to the Y. This is drawing the vertical line. The other was drawing a horizontal line. If level is greater than 0, then draw another line. And this is a dashed line. I don't know how to do that in egui. Maybe we can't. But so we'll just do a solid line and hope that it looks okay. So that's this stuff. So I supposed to say X plus for all of these? Or is center X? No, center X has an X plus in it. Okay, phew. I'm like, did I miss something? These look different though. It's gonna take me forever to get through this. I wonder if I should just comment some of it out. Should be a VS Code extension to hide all that indentation. Really, I just shouldn't have this indentation at all. It's just a mess, isn't it? Well, I know this can be outdented twice, so why don't I just do that? This at least can be outdented once. And then all of this can be out. It's like the formatter won't help me until I fix all these syntax errors. Let mute. Descendant line length. Oh boy. So it's if row dot children dot last dot expected at least one child dot expanded. Okay, why doesn't it like that? U size. Oh, because we have to actually get it. So it should be if this dot rows get with that dot expect at least is this redundant? Say expect expected should have at least one child. Should be in our row. Should exist in rows. Should exist as a row. Should exist. There we go. Hold on a sec. Kitty. Kitty wants in. You want in, huh? You're hungry? I'm hungry too. Cat and I are hungry. Yeah, this is gross, 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 gross. Well, we're using this twice, right? Last child. If last child expanded, then descendant line length equals last child dot total visible descendants. And now we're drawing another line. What are we drawing this time? X plus row height times level plus 0.5 to 0.75. 0.5 down to descendant line length plus 0.5. Okay. Then we're restoring the clipping rectangle. That's as F32. Oh, I can skip this for now. This is if the row is selected. This is highlighting it. Thank goodness, because I wanted to see if some of this works. So we're not doing anything for selected rows yet. Commenting that out. All right. I have different logic for if there are no columns. Why do I have that? Columns count equals 0. Why? I forget why I did this. I'll accept it. If this dot columns.length. Well, actually, if columns is empty, let column at equals row height times level plus 1 as F32. Okay, then this is formatting, right? See, I don't have a column 0. Do I? I guess we can just say we can put an empty string if we don't have one. So let row column text. We don't have to format it. It's just row dot values dot first dot unwrap or this should be like a clone. Or hold on. We only need a slice, right? As ref. It's a double string. str. Now it's really confused. Oh wait, it should be a map, right? There, I finally did it. It took me a while. Okay, this thing like measured, it actually measured the text. No, it's not measuring the text. It's just computing a clip rectangle. So I did this earlier, right? This thing. Let's do this again. Inner bounds, copy from, okay, no, we're not copying from anything. We're making a new rectangle. And it's not mutable. From min size, right? Okay, so it's x plus column indent. Extent width minus column indent minus extent width is like the clipping width. So that's like clip rect width, I think. Minus column indent. And that's has to be an x colon, and I need an x colon there and a y. Okay, and then y is row height. Yes, and then I do UI do that, and then at the end I need to pop it. So that's clip rect again. Okay, so then we get rid of the try and that. Well, I hope this is all right. I actually want to get an intersection again, don't I? This thing. Yes, okay. I want that down here. Well, actually, I already had it there. Hold on, am I in the right spot? I think I am. Yes. Okay, so then I don't do this one or push clip. We just need to draw some text. Man, this indentation is really messed up now. Okay, where did I draw some text before? Way the heck up here. Right here I drew some text. Okay, let's draw some more text. Can't stand the indentation problem. So what are we drawing? Row column text. Yes, we're drawing that. Right here. This font clone. Header, no, we don't want header color. We want the data color now. Align top position is this X plus column indent. And comma Y. Whew. Okay, getting there. Now we have to do it for if there's multiple, yeah, so this is plus equal 1. This is if there's multiple columns, right? So let mute. Actually, if this is doing a plus plus, then I can just make this part of the enumerate. So I can say for column number, go away, column number dot column in this dot columns, borrow. Okay, then let mute that equal, not met, mute. Column indent 0, then if we're on the first column, then we're adding the row height times level plus 1 as F32. This has to borrow, not dereference. Expected struct column found tuple, because I need to enumerate. Iter enumerate, don't borrow. Okay, string row column. Does this actually build it or what? I don't understand what this is doing. Oh, out. It gets the string out. If it gets a value, if the column has a column number. Right. So because there actually might not be a value in that column for that data. So if let some row column equal row dot values, I call them, dot get the column number. then I don't need to do any of this, right? We just have it's row column. I don't need to do this. Delete all that. Too much indentation, that's killing me. If the column's width minus the column, disregard the padding for now. Greater than 0.0. Looks like we're clipping again. Okay, so it's x, so it's the same thing. Column, so this is column width minus column indent. And y is the row height, yes. Intersect, set the clipping rect, and we're gonna restore it here to clip rect. Okay, and then porting is a pain. I have to say, this is a pain in the butt. So I now just need to draw some text. That's easy. Here it is, and plop. Okay, so what are we drawing? X was column down, so that's a correct left, and then instead of row, it is row column text, but that came from the row column dot. Oh, it's just row column, right? It's just string. Easy. Don't need it plus the column number. X plus equal to width plus header border size. How about we don't? Oh, that's to align it up with the header. We aren't actually including that, right? So X just needs to be mutable way the hell up here. Mutable. This needs to be mutable. Okay, now it compiles with, and it actually indented all that junk. But I had some to do in here, right? We have the visible rows. This actually shouldn't be so bad. The visitor, it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, it's like this, right? I think the hardest part will be that we have to descend into the non-root rows. So for child in self.root, do I need the indices? I don't think so. Borrowed. Visitor gets self UI, the row token, which is the child, the row itself, and then the level is 0, right? No, it would be 1, I think, because the initial level was 0, and it would add 1. Oh no, it's that level 0. Okay, and then if the child is, so I have to actually look up the child here. This is the child token. I have to like let child equals self dot rows dot get child token, and then we'll just do an expect here. Missing row. So visitor gets the token and the row, the child token and the child, just a child. Should I say child row here? We can copy this. Okay, and then child row, if the child row is expanded, then we have to call this, but it's non-root rows. So self.visit visible non-root or visible children, visible child rows of child row. But I need to pass through all the other things, right? So the UI, the UI, the level, and the visitor. Okay, the level's 1. And then this is the thing that's recursive. So this thing kind of looks like the other, only it actually gets a root. So that's the parent row. I wonder if I'm going to have borrow problems with this, though. I might have to actually have it look it up again and just pass it by token instead. So there's a level, which is a usize. Okay, and then thought I changed that. I guess I undid it. Cannot mutate immutable variable visitor. Yes, we can. Borrow of moved value visitor. Value borrowed here after move. Oh. Yes. Can I get it back out? Or do I just let it be a mutable borrow? Yeah, that works. Okay. So then it's not root anymore. It's parent row children. And instead of that, it's level. And instead of this 1, it's level plus 1. I'm amazed that it let me do that and not complain about the reborrow here. What was it I was worried about? That I borrowed from self here, and then I'm passing self again. I guess it's because it knows we're going into rows. But yeah, let me do it. Should I just see what we get now? Moment of truth. It's probably going to crash and burn. All that porting I did, it's probably going to look horrible. Wow, it actually printed something. And look at that, we have little pluses. But I can't expand it. But it did put them in the right spots. Oh, that shouldn't be expandable because it has no children. Okay, so there's a few things we need to fix, right? So it shouldn't mark bar as expandable because bar doesn't have children. Foo has a child, and I don't have like the detection of clicking on it. So what if I just say that it's expanded from the beginning? I'm amazed that it actually got that far. So that's true. I think I need to make the color not bright white. Okay, look, there's a line there. The horizontal line there is, but we're missing the vertical line. There's supposed to be a vertical line that goes down to spam. Okay, so things I need to do. I need to make the header size, the columns resizable. I think we want to use the bright color, the header color for the first column. And I'm missing the vertical line. I should look for that what happened to that vertical line there. Also I guess it's a decent size on the stream, right? It's not too small. The 0.5 thing I think is making it look funny. I think the rounding is making that plus and the symbol in there look funny. Okay, so what happened to the vertical line? What happened to it? So this is the one that goes across. Here's the one that should go down. Oh, it's only going down 1 pixel. Well, that's probably it, right? And this is also only going down 1 pixel. What are these drawing again? Let's see. Because I was just sort of porting this like without really paying attention. You can read them on a 45-inch monitor. Good for you. Everyone should have a 45-inch monitor on, right? So that's a perfect size. Yeah, these are looking funny to me. Hold on, let's see what the original code looked like. It's minus to plus. That's right. Minus to plus. This is the dash, and I think the plus is wrong. I think that's why it is looking funny. And the same thing here, that there should not be a +1. So this is drawing the cross. Let me leave draw the minus or plus next to an expandable row. Mounted on top of your main ultra-wide monitor? That's nice. Okay, so now the plus and minus look better to me, although they're really teeny tiny on the stream. Yeah, look fine to me. I think it's because they're scaled based off of the size of the row, right? It's like a proportion. Okay, so then it's when we get to these child nodes that like, it's when the level is greater than 0 that we're drawing something funny. Yeah, if level is greater than 0, we're drawing the line across. What happened to the line down? That was this stuff, right? Yeah, okay. It's the fact that the total visible descendants isn't being updated. So I remember thinking that we needed to remember to do that. Total, this thing, right? This has to be updated whenever we do an add row, I think. Yeah, so here we increment it whenever we add a row. We add it to all of its ancestors. Which makes sense, right? If we add a row, we count it in all of its ancestors. And if we remove a row, we remove it from it and all of its ancestors. Oh, except for we stop if we get to an unexpanded ancestor. Okay, so this is the code I'm really missing in add row. Okay, and then where to put it exactly? Right after we insert the child and put, okay, so anywhere, actually. I guess we can put it here. Okay, so. No for loops in Rust, right? Let mute ancestor equals parent row. So this actually moves into here. It doesn't count for the root. So yeah, that makes sense. Because we don't have any lines going down to the things under the root. So this is parent row. It's a reference, right? I guess we'll just loop. Actually, why don't we just reuse parent row? So it should just be parent, well, loop, parent row dot total visible descendants plus equal 1. if not parent row expanded, break, right? Else parent row equals self.rows.find get parent row dot parent. Okay, that's grandparent. If let some grandparent equal that. Else break, right? Consider borrowing here. Yes, let's. And this should expect grandparent should be found. Found a reference row. Get mute. There we go. So let's try that. So now I expect a line coming down because it has a visible child. Hey, look, we have a line coming down. Okay. Well, let's work on making these expandable or not. And like this shouldn't show up at all if it has no children, right? Maybe we should fix some of these warnings while we're at it. So like length equals 0 is better expressed as is empty. This could also be expressed as matches. This column's first matches some number that's greater than 0. Or matches some, well, whatever. I could probably do with the matches, just saying. What happened here? We didn't actually clip with the inner bounds. Yep, looks like it. Hold on. Then what did the original do? Oh, okay. So it just updated it. So there's no let. Okay. So the clipping wasn't being done right, but we didn't see any side effect of that. Okay, it's this thing, right? We were just always drawing that? No, we were doing it if expandable. Okay, so I do want to put this into an if. Where exactly does that begin? Where we calculate box extend and cross extend. Right here. So it's expandable if it has children. So if row dot children dot is not empty. And it goes until how far? Till we draw lines for the levels. So down to here. In even more indentation, the crush of indentation, and it's unbearable. So we should only have one of the expansion things now on foo. Okay. And that's fine because this is the minimum, right? I wonder if I should get rid of that space if there's no marker on it. Should the indent be less? Actually, no, I think that's so that it lines up with other things below it. See, I do have an ultra wide monitor, but what I don't have is I don't have the 45-inch monitor mounted above it. So the next part's going to be hard, right? Which is determining if I'm clicking there, and if so, we've toggled that bit. Fix warnings while we're at it. Okay, what's going on here? Never used. We never used the row extent, and we never used the token. So, okay, well, we'll leave this for now. Maybe have a to-do here. Remove token from visitor arguments if not needed. Okay, but this row extent, why would we not use it? Let's see. Here's row extent. It's using the decision about whether we actually draw it for some reason. Why is that? Oh, I see. Yeah, we can skip it if it and all its descendants are above the clipping region, or it is below the yeah, see, this is like the bottom is actually the what is it? Like the coordinates go from the bottom's is the lowest and the top is the highest. So if it's below the bottom, the coordinate system I'm using, it's flipped though, right? Or is it? I think it actually is flipped. Anyway, this means we have to reuse the row extent. And we have to draw it anyway if one of its descendants is there, because if we don't, what happens? We're not counting something, right? Actually, I don't know. Why is this check here? So can I close that? Yeah. So what happens if we skip it? We're just advancing Y one by line spacing. Yeah, it's one line. And going to the next row, right? It'll still traverse into its descendants. So what are we doing inside here that matters if we can't even see the row at all? Oh, maybe the line coming down from the previous? Oh, I'll just leave it in there then. So it's row number plus row extent. And I think the way this works is if it's hello kitty. I got the kitty. Kitty doesn't want to say hi, I guess. No purring from the kitty. She's like, you should have picked me up. Now you will pay, human. Okay, should this be greater than or equal to? I think this should be 0, and this should be that. Or actually, we'll just make this a greater than. That works too, right? Okay, then that takes care of that warning. And what's this all about? You should add a default. Sure. Do that for me. Where did you put it? Down here. Okay. That's fine. Okay, yeah, this is, I knew I would need this because this is how we do the turning the click into like actually doing an expand. So where is that actually done? That's in mouse down, right? Oh, nowhere to look. Oh, mouse down, mouse up. So it's here. Okay. So we get all of the like information at once. So we don't have to like store the fact that we're mouse is over the header index. We can just look at the point and see, okay, it's clicked. Is it clicked on the header index on a header? Then or you know, header index, I guess this should say the header separator. Then we're resizing the header, right? And that's if we support drag, which we don't. So I'm just gonna copy this part. All of this is to internally handle it, right? So what should we get out? Just the token? Yeah, and then we're gonna look up the token and we're gonna see if it's expandable. We're gonna do this part, right? I think so. Okay, then I don't actually, well, I actually do have that, right? Okay, so yeah, it's this stuff. Goes here. All right, so let mute. And X moves, right, when we go up into indentation level? Or does it? I guess it doesn't. This is really just accounting for some kind of constant stuff. Padding left, horizontal off. Oh, so this is really the canvas offset. And it's not mutable. I think this one does change, right? Because we're moving, yeah, we're moving it by a row every time. So that starts out at the header. We have to no, actually we don't need to account for the header, right? So it just starts at the Y offset. We get the mouse position. That's mouse. Can I rename that now? Back to position? Yes. We're gonna change position capital X and position capital Y. Okay, visit visible rows turns into self.visit visible root rows, UI, and visitor. Gets these things. All right, so that's this and UI and token and row and level. Okay, we can outdent this a little bit. And we're moving our things into there, right? Why is it not like this? Expected immutable? Okay. Mutable it is. To do. Okay, I need to have this line spacing computed, so I'm just gonna copy it. It has to do its row height, which is the text height of its own font, right? So let's pre-compute it. So let's make line spacing into row height. Okay, level needs to be converted to F32, and there's okay. I do want to grab margin because I have a hard time actually doing that. Row expandable should be row.children is not none, is not empty. So this is like let's just call it grab margin. Constant. What did I actually have it set to here? Five. Okay. 5 it will be. Const grab margin F32 equals 5.0. It's official. We have a grab margin. Okay, now if row expanded, collapse. I think it's gonna be reusable, right? So this should be this dot collapse row token. Otherwise expand row. As F32. Get rid of excessive parentheses. Okay, this is for selecting, right? So we're just gonna comment that out for now. Okay, do I actually need a hmm. It's not really point to row column, it's really like on click, isn't it? So this is really on click rows. On click in rows, and it doesn't return anything. We just do stuff. So that should be mutable, really. And yeah, we have to have collapse row and expand row. So that needs to be those need to be public functions. So we have add row, so pub function expand row token row token and collapse row. I don't think I need to look up how I did this in C#. I think it's pretty easy, right? It's just if let some row equals self.rows dot get mute token row dot expanded equals true. And this is borrowed. And this is false. Okay, and then there's no hex part. Why is that even here? Mutable this. What? What? Oh, no, hold on. Is it because this is mutable? Yeah, okay, so make that mutable. I wonder if I'm gonna run into problems with this. Let's see. See where the errors take me. Visit visible rows. Takes a mutable. Oh, but this has to be mutable also. So this also needs to be mutable. Mutation all the way down. Now running into the multi-borrow problem. That's what I was afraid of. Well, I think the solution is to copy the tokens because we might change the tokens anyway, right? So we should copy them first. Let the tokens equal self dot root dot clone, and then yeah, child tokens. Where does the immutable borrow happen? The line before. Oh yeah, okay, fine. This has to get mute anyway. Yeah, okay, so this is gonna be a problem then. Do you like dark theme over light theme? Yes, totally. Very much so. I like dark theme now. Yeah. Glasses or no glasses? I don't like how bright the light theme is. So this visitor pattern really it can't take we can't put this reference in because we can't borrow mutably from self more than once. So I think what we have to do is the visitor isn't allowed to change the structure. So back to immutable. And solve the problem in a different way. So that's not mutable anymore. Okay, so then that tells me that I think what we do is do we just return back out. Well, can I just push into something? Get it out? Oh, I don't know. Hold on, let me think about this. Really, we're just finding what row we clicked on, right? This was used elsewhere. Didn't I mutate? Hold on. Call hierarchy. Wait, I thought we did this in add row. Oh, no, we don't. We don't use the visitor pattern here. We just descend. Okay. Yes, then what I want to do is make this generic on two things. Result. And I guess that means it's an option because we might not ever get into here, right? And really it's kind of like a fold. So this should be, well, not a result, but R, I guess, for lack of a better name. This will take an R and produce an R, kind of like a fold. That way we can cancel the data structure traversal early, right? So, and this is returning an R, an optional R, actually. Actually, why not let this perpetuate the options so it can just hide the fact that it even visited anything. So then what we do is, if we get down to here, we say none. And, or we just let mute result equals none. This is result. Result equals visitor result. And then I just have to put it on here. So result. So we're visiting a node before we visit its children. I wonder if it's going to warn me about this being a complex type. This is mutable. Okay. So then we end up returning that result back out. And here it's result equals, and it goes back, it goes in here. Okay, and what else did I do wrong? I did something here. Oh yeah, result equals result. And one more error. Okay, yeah, so here, I think we don't need it, right? Oh no, I do need it here. But up in the other place, we don't need it. So this can just do unit. Wait. This has to be a result. But we can return a none. Actually, it's going to say that it's I can ignore that. It's going to say that it doesn't know the type of it. Let's do that. There we go. I've tamed it. So this one will be like let row we need to get the token out, right? Let token so this one is like found. And then this moves out really down to here. And then yeah, when we just return some token, and then at the beginning it's if let some found. Well, if found is some, return found. And we get down, if we get down here, it's none. Okay, and then if let some token. It should just be if let some row equal token dot map to token self dot rows dot get mute token. And then this becomes self, right? And then oh wait, we wanted the parent, didn't we? No, no, we didn't. We just wanted to what's this? Can I just like put this directly in? Well, Actually, why am I doing this? This would just be if let some token. Well, but no, we need the expanded thing. Okay, then why don't I just get both of them out? Map row to row and token. There we go. Did it. I did it, chat. So we didn't need this or UI. Grab margin's only unused because we're not calling on click on rows, but now I need to actually call it. So that's up here somewhere, right? That's when we get this sense click, this response here. What am I using that response for? Right here. Yes, I want to do this. I want to say self.onClick rows position canvas offset and UI. That's what I want to do. All right, let's try it. Totally lost track of time. I hope you got some progress in your code. Okay, let's see if I can collapse it. Nope. So it doesn't do anything. It's totally unresponsive, so I need to do some debugging. We probably should just have it tell us if it where it clicked first, right? So let's say like, actually all I need to do is to put a dbg here, right? We can see if it actually thought it clicked anything. The window is too tall. It didn't see me clicking at all. Nope. Doesn't know I'm clicking. Click, click, click. Doesn't work. So let's see, where did that response come from again? It came from here. There's allocate exact size for the canvas. Oh, we never updated canvas height. Shoot, that's why. we're not clicking within that tiny region. We're actually overflowing that region, I think. This interact. Oh, you know what? I never actually, that's the problem, right? We're supposed to do a child UI on that, I think. No. Okay, how did this work in the hex editor? Because the hex editor is working. Hex editor, where are you? There, oh, wrong one. lib.rs hex editor. Okay. Right, we did the sense click and drag. Get this interact. No, we just went in and used it. So what does this exactly do? Okay, so it's interactions. The widget will react to interactions outside the return rect. If the hold on, the response rect will be larger if this part of a justified layout. That means that if this is a narrow widget in a wide justified layout, the widget. Yeah, I think it's what it's trying to tell me is we're only going to get reactions for things inside of that. So I need in data tree, because there's no other references to this. We initialize it to 0 and we use it here. We're supposed to like update it to be it's going to be the number of visible rows, right? Actually, I'm kind of curious then. If this is 0, yeah, I don't understand. I guess we got more than we asked for. Okay, anyway, I need to update this to be row height times the actual number of rows that we got. So we get a row count at the end, right? I count the number of rows. I should count the number of rows. Yes, I have a row number, right? Row number is counted. Oh, we actually that's a result that we can get back out. There we go. So we're just going to return the row number. So actually no, that's not a good idea. What's the best way to, I guess it's mutated, right? So we get to, it's moved in though. It's going to complain that okay, what if I don't move? Will it borrow it mutably? Then I can use it afterwards, right? So I can say self dot canvas height equals row number times row height. As F32. Cool. Then this will work, hopefully. Am I using some kind of library to do the UI? Yes, we're using egui. Oh, and it works. I can collapse and expand it. Woohoo! It's the little things that count. Okay, so the things left to do are selecting a row, resizing the header. We should probably also like highlight if we're hovering over a row. More levels. Well, you want me to do more levels? I can do more levels. Here we go. I have to add them manually right now because I don't have real data yet. Do we want to add something under spam? So like add ham and spam. How about lulls? We already have a lulls. How about omega? Omega is Vicent, and let's add something next to omega. So index 1, and this needs to be spam. And what is it going to be? How about Pepega? I don't know. 117. So under spam, we crash. Attempt to subtract with overflow. Right here. Wait, shouldn't that be a plus equal? I think it didn't go up the ancestor chain correctly. Hold on. Maybe because this started out as not expanded. Good that you asked me to test this, huh? Yeah, there's some kind of bug in the accounting of ancestors. Also, it's not wide enough, so I need to make that column wider. How about 2 and 3? So there's something in the accounting of visible descendants that's not correct. I think what it's doing is drawing a line because it thinks that there's another descendant of foo that we haven't counted yet. And so it's like, I'll draw a line. Oh, I know what it is. When we expand and collapse. Oh, hey, kitty. She didn't want me to pick her up. She got away from me. Yeah, okay, I know what the problem is. Where I expand and collapse, I don't account for the I don't do the counting. False. So that was down in here and in here. So we have to do more than that. We have to actually walk the tree. So probably did it here. I just thought I could do it without looking at it. Here it is. So yeah, if it's not expanded, we have to add visible descendants. This much we have to do. So if the row is not already expanded, then we have to go up the chain. So let mute parent equals row.parent token. Did I already do this in add row? Could I just copy this? Let's do this. So basically we have to add our total visible descendants to every level up. Might as well set this flag first. Right? Wouldn't it be easier to just say, if it's expanded, return? Then outdent all this stuff? And wouldn't it be easier to say, let sum equals that, else return? I think so. And then we don't need this brace. Look at that. So let parent equals row parent. Parent row equals parent token, map the token to, is that because it's optional? Yeah. Map to token, get it. If there's some parent row, then we're not doing an insert. We're looping. We're adding row dot total visible descendants. I don't remember seeing that over here. Oh yeah, okay, there was a break there. So break if it's not itself expanded. Let some grandparent equals row parent. And then, yeah. And there is no insert. Wait, what? Actually, I think I'm overcomplicating this. Can't I just loop here? And then just say parent token equals parent row dot parent. Wait, what? Yeah, it does, because we're... What? I think it's just because of this error. What's wrong with that? Requires unique access to self rows, but is already borrowed. Borrows on 137. Oh. So I just need to cache this. Let new visible descendants equal that. Whoops. Copy paste failed. Why does that? Oh, that doesn't even need to be mutable because parent row is a mutable reference already. Okay. Why does that look more complicated than the C# version? Should I be worried about that? I think it's because of the separation between the token and the actual row. Anyway, I need this in collapse now too, right? So it's the same thing. Let it be that else return. Okay, and then yeah, all of this, right? if it's not expanded, return, set to false, and it's like formerly visible is that, and we're subtracting. See if that's what logic actually is. Yeah. Okay. Whew. So open that, and it's stuck. Okay. My loop is looping forever. Infinite loop. Oh, because I do pair, no? Oh, I need to have like an else. We have to break. So let that equal parent row else. I guess we can just return. We don't even need to break, right? This feels like a lazy way to do it. Like maybe it should be a while let, right? I don't know. We'll fix it later. Let it be equal else return. Getting dark. It's probably time to wrap things up. Okay, cool. That weird line is gone, and this is working now. Okay, so I can keep going a bit. Maybe try to get the header drag to work. Need to get the header drag to work, and then I need to have like either hover effect to show what row I'm on, or if I click a row, it should select it. And then I need a callback. We should have a callback to the upper level saying you selected a row, right? It does work. It does work. It's really cool. So in the original one, these were dotted lines, and I don't know how to do a dotted line with egui. Let's ask our friend. How do you draw a dotted line with egui? Find is kind of slow compared to ChatGPT, I must say. It takes it a little bit longer. The dotted line method. I didn't know there's a dotted line method. I don't believe it. Oh, holy crap, there's a dotted line. Radius. What's radius? The radius of the dots or something? Okay, well, shoot. If we can do dotted line, let's do a dotted line. Where did I use the dotted line originally? Dashed, I think. Dash pen. So I had a dash style of 02, whatever that was. And I used it there and there. Two places. So that's the horizontal and that's the vertical. So where I have the level 0 thing. So level greater than 0. Right here. It was dotted line. Wait. It's a member of shape. Okay, I just make one? Okay, fine. Let's keep this around, because I have a feeling that we're gonna still need it. It's saying I can do a shape, dotted line, or dashed line, or something. Let's do dotted line. And that's the path is these two. So that's these two. Color is header color. Spacing, let's say 2.0. I don't know what radius is. How about 2.0? Semicolon. What does it want? It wants a slice. Okay, I mean, let's see what it does. Hey, maybe it works and I should have done that all along. I see nothing. Literally see nothing for those horizontal lines. So I don't know what it does. What does it actually do? Turn a line to equally spaced dots. So it makes a self, which is another shape, right? Do I need to like draw the shape? Like, I have a feeling that I have to do ui.painter.draw shape or something. Shape? Stroke? I don't know. The dotted line seems to draw nothing, but dashed line worked. Huh. Someone said dotted line did nothing, but dashed line did. Okay. How do we use dashed line? Dash length, gap length. Path stroke. That's one of these. 1 and 1, I guess? No, I didn't draw anything. Do I need to like use larger numbers? Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. Radius too small? Could be. It's just not drawing anything there. So who knows? I'm just like wondering, like, this doesn't seem to actually, this returns as shapes, right? But I'm not doing anything with those shapes. Don't I have to like do something with them? I have to like pass them to something, right? Like, it produces a vector. What do I do with them? Usually I do a UI painter. Do something, right? Set. Modify an existing shape. Do I add a shape? Ooh, here we go. It is up to the caller to make sure there is room for this. Can be used for free painting. Okay, cool. So we would add the dashed line. Maybe? Oh, it did it. Oh, I got a data dashed line. Okay, let's put it back to 1 and 1. Because I want it to be like truly dotted. I want a truly dotted line. Sir Flabbergast guessed it. Well, it wasn't UI add, it was UI painter add. But hey, look, it's a dotted line now. Although it's smeared now. Oh, that's because I think I have to do that like half that pixel rounding trick to get it to land on a even pixel, don't I? Yeah, I think that's the problem. Hey, but hey, I'm happy with that. Does that mean that dotted line would have worked? Dotted line wanted a color and then 2 radii, right? That looks weird. I don't know what dotted line. Dash line does what I want. So I'm happy with that. Okay, cool. So, but so you're saying that maybe I don't even need to do the painter, I can just do an add. Now, add for UI wants a widget, not a shape. It's the painter that takes shapes, apparently. I don't know why it says for the comment, it is up to the caller to make sure there is room for this. I guess because the paint list has a limited space. Anyway, yeah, that's good. So then I do the same thing here below. So instead of line segment, it's add shape dotted line. No, dashed line. Already giving it that, and it's stroke new, and then 1 1. An extra parentheses. Slice. Wow. Okay. I really need to remove the indentation, don't I? Yeah, the dotted line just looked weird. I didn't know how to, like, the dash line is exactly what I want. I want, like, it makes a dotted line if the dash line has a parameters of 1 and 1. The only problem is, like, when it's falling in between 2 pixels, it's smearing it. But maybe I fix that by, like, doing some weird coordinate rounding. I think I was trying to do that with this. No, that's something different. I was doing this weird coordinate rounding for the rectangle up here, right? Yeah, I do a round. I think that's all it was. Is just I round the coordinates or floor them. Okay, the center had to be 0.5, add a half because of some reasons. I think because of this. Yeah, so that the sides end up on exact pixels. So what if I do like one of these strokes? What if I do a round or something? So what if I say this dot round and this dot round? I gotta do it on all of them. I know, let's give it a try. No big deal. I don't think that actually helped. It's hard to tell though. I really need to do it on both of the lines. So here, right? Yes. There, 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 and there. Wow. Adding lots of lines to my code by rounding. If anything, it made it worse. Yeah, now they're all blurry. Now they're like exactly. I wonder if it's a thing where like you have to round it and add 0.5 or some crap like that, right? These are all tricks. These are things that I would expect egui to take care of for me, or give me some facility to like snap to the nearest pixel. See, now it looks pixel perfect. Now it looks like exactly right. So I did a hack. I rounded and then I added 0.5. And I can see it if I move a little bit, it does tend to snap. You know, I'm just gonna go with it. You don't get it? It's if you draw at exactly like 2 or 3 or 4 for a pixel coordinate, instead of drawing one dot, it was drawing two dots side by side that were slightly dim. So it was actually splitting the pixel between two actual pixel positions. So what I did was I added 0.5 to realign it. I shouldn't have to do that. I should be able to tell the graphics, the painter, to snap to the nearest pixel and not try to smear it between two pixels. The smearing effect that I'm seeing there, like it's hard to see on the stream, but like when it was smearing, it looks slightly dimmer and is slightly fatter. Maybe I can blow it up to show an example of that. How would I do that? Is there like a magnifier in Xubuntu? Actually, perfect question for our friend. Is there a magnifier tool in Xubuntu? Alt plus mouse wheel. Alt plus mouse wheel. Alt plus mouse wheel. Not doing anything. Nope. Nope. It's not doing anything. Magnus. So, okay. Let's try Magnus. Apt sudo apt install Magnus. Password for Raimu is Raimu. Yes, install. I trust it. It's on a VM anyway. Magnus. Okay, cool. We got Magnus running. There we go. Let's do like 5x magnification. There. See how it's pixel perfect? Right? The dots are actually dots. Well, let's hide this. Let's take out those the hacks of like adding 0.5. We're just now we're giving it rounded coordinates, right? Now when I run it, Magnus, where art thou? Here you are. Now they're blurry. Do you see it? They're 2 pixels wide now and they're slightly dimmer. So I shouldn't have to do a floor and then add 0.5, I think. Unless they expect me to hack the pixel coordinates and they expect the lines to be exactly on a 0.5, like between 2 pixels, and then it'll draw correctly. But I'm finding this out experimentally, right? Yeah. So probably what I'll do is I'll maybe hide this behind like some wrapper that does the rounding and adding 0.5 or something. If it turns out that that's always the case, then I want to add a wrapper for the shape, right? Something that generates a dashed line with coordinates and hides all this messy stuff. This math, like the adding a quarter or adding a half or adding, that's to position the line within the row relative to the level of indentation and the height of a row. Okay, well, we got that. Maybe try to do the click and drag for the header column up there. So that is also in the mouse down stuff, right? Yeah, it was here. It was the mouse on mouse move, right? We would see, yeah, if Y is in the header region, then we would walk the columns and see if we're near within the grab margin of the boundary between two. And then, so this is the code I want, really. I want this code. And this is going to be what we do inside of the header region. So this is the header region, right? So we want drag. I don't care about clicks, right? So we get a response if response dot dragged. I'm just going to dump some code in here. Let's do this after we've calculated that other stuff, right? Because we need that canvas offset. I think logically it goes here. So let x equal the canvas offset dot x. Let y canvas offset dot y. Okay, and then yeah, here I could mess with the egui cursors if I wanted to. I don't know how to do that yet. Make that a to-do. Here we could change the cursor if we're hovering over a draggable thing, such as the boundary between columns. Okay. Let's comment it out for now. So this is to look and see what we're actually over. I don't think I need this, right? This is all imperative, so we're gonna just can't. Oh, we're gonna just delete that. Okay, I need to get the position. So response. So like response. It's like drag delta. If dragged, how many points were we dragged and in what direction? Yeah, okay. I think this is what we want. Let delta equal that. We also want to know where we are, right? Response dot I guess it's position or mouse, right? Response dot okay, how do we get like the position we're dragged on? To find out which button you can call that, but how do we know like where? Do I need to let the click and dragged? Oh no, here we go. This is if the widget was clicked. I'm wondering how, let's see if we can use this. Interact pointer position. Dot expect should get pointer position when dragging. Let me like comment out this stuff for now, just so I can see if it's working so far. So we'll like debug all this stuff. Mouse, delta, X, and Y. Debug all the things, right? Okay, let's run it. Okay, I need to make this smaller so we can see. Okay, I just clicked and held, and we do get a mouse position. There's no delta. If I move, I'm getting small deltas. Okay, cool. So if like I'm right on top of there and I start, yeah. So we use the delta to see how much we should drag it, and we'll use the position to see if we're over it in the first place. Yeah, so see right when it's at 768, it's X is equal to the mouse, so that X is the left-hand side, right? And the 18 should be this corner. Yep. Okay, cool. I think this will work. So uncomment this. Okay, we're not messing with cursors yet. So let's rename mouse to position. Okay, position dot Y. We don't need these extra parentheses. There's no header spacing. The variable names are kind of odd. Ooh, it really messed with my code here, didn't it? Let mute. Index is 0, so this is for... Actually, can't I just like do a find or something? Well, let's see. For a column in self.columns, x plus, so this needs to be mutable, plus equals column width. If, I think the way we do this is if position.x minus x absolute, ABS, is less than or equal to, I already have this as a global grab or a constant grab margin. There's no border size. So yeah, it mangled this, but that we want to comment out because that's actually no. That's one we don't need. Selected header former width. I don't need this, right? Grab anchor, selected cursor. So I might want to change the cursor. If we do, it would be to the resize west east cursor, right? And then we're gonna break. Otherwise, index plus equal 1. So what did the original code do then? Oh, I think that's when you move the mouse. So it should have taken the delta, right? This grab anchor. Ah, and then it computed the delta and it moves it. It does it in 2 steps, right? Okay, so then we just do it right here. So this is mutable. If it's within the region, then column dot width plus equals delta. So that's an F32. What's delta? That's a vector. So it's really care about the x coordinate there. So this is telling me I didn't use column, which is true. No, I did. I mutated it there. Well, I didn't really use the index though. Let's delete the index. Okay, let's see if this works. So this should allow me to drag the size around. I didn't do the bounds check though. We'll get an underflow if I drag it too far. And it didn't do anything at all. Well, it didn't work. Oh, shouldn't this like no, this should have worked. So why didn't this work? Let's debug this. And turn this off. Wow, dark already at 5:30. That's what daylight savings time does to you. Okay, so if I drag here. Oh, it's not even going into that. Okay, so the problem is we're not even going into this for loop. Because of this probably, right? Position dot. Oh, this is wrong. Plus the header width, right? So row height. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Hey there, A squared. You had that dark experience this afternoon? It's wild. The plus side is when you wake up in the morning, it's not dark, I guess. Ooh, oh, it stopped. Okay, the problem is like if I drag it too fast, I leave the drag thing around. So maybe what we do is if we start dragging, we just stick we stick to it. So that means I can't really use the drag delta, right? If I make this too small, it's going to underflow. Oh, no, it just goes negative. And then we overdraw the other component. And now I can't drag it anymore because I can't get to it. You were checking the position was less than or equal to a value and greater than that value. I didn't make. It was looking to see if it was within the line. Now it's within the row. But the problem is we're able to move faster than the like if our delta is too wide, then the next draw we're outside of it, right? Is that what's happening? Yeah, I think I need to like actually look at where we were, not where we are now. So this position we should get the delta first, and then when we get the position, it should subtract the delta. Right? Otherwise it's going to see where we are now, not where we were. So this should work a little bit better. This now, it should stick to my mouse. Yep. Look at that. Oh. Okay, if I fall below the line, I lose it. Oh, the other thing is if I click over here and then I drag over to here, now we're suddenly like we're stuck to it. Okay, so how do I fix that? I guess what we do is if we start dragging and we're not dragging anything, then we just ignore the drag. It's only when we actually drag within the boundary to start with. That's cool. Can move it all the way over there. Move it all screen. There's no limits. Oops. I lost it somehow. Oh, it's if I leave. Okay, that's the other thing is if we're dragging and I go below, it should allow me to keep dragging, right? That's the concept of mouse captured. I wonder if this supports that. Like when I start dragging in the demos here, like, yeah, see it captures the mouse somehow. If I move it all the way out here, it's still capturing it. Actually, when I leave the window completely, it does lose it. Is that what I'm seeing? If I drag it all the way out of the window, no, it still has it, but it lost it. No, it came back. That's weird. Huh. Okay. We don't need the debugs anymore. It's really weird to be doing stuff like subtract the delta to see where we were because the interact position is we're interacting with the previous frame, right? So it's like if we just dragged, then we want to see where we dragged. The starting position is the interact position minus the delta, right? That's where we started dragging from. And then we dragged, so there's a delta, and that's what we add to the width. Yeah, but okay. Well, how do I tell it to capture? Like to continue the drag, even though like if I start dragging and then I drop below, it should still drag, right? But it's not. There must be a way, like in Windows, it was called a cursor capture or something. Pointer knows where it is because it knows where it isn't. Exactly. So I'm wondering if there's something in here that like I can tell it, hey, we would like to grab the cursor. There's this focus thing. Hover cursor? When hovered, use this icon for the mouse cursor. Mark changed. Output event. Request focus. That's the keyboard focus. What if I want the mouse focus? I want to continue to get interaction, drag interaction. Drag started. Clicked elsewhere. Oh, let's ask our new friend. How do I tell egui that I want to capture the pointer when a drag starts? That might not be enough context for it to understand what I'm asking it. Okay, so capturing the pointer when a drag starts is not directly supported. However, you can achieve similar effect functionality by using the response struct and the drag delt. That's what I'm already using. Changes, which gives you the change in position of the cursor from the last frame. This can be used to determine when a drag has happened. Next, you use the drag delta on the response to get the change in position. Now you capture the pointer by storing the state of the drag operation in your application. Finally, use the initial position of the mouse cursor to calculate the new position of the widget during the drag operation. You do this by adding the change in position of the mouse cursor to the initial position. Yeah, but that's only if I continue getting a drag response, a drag response. In egui, the concept of capturing the pointer is not directly supported, and the library does not provide a built-in way to determine when a drag operation has started. GitHub.com. Isn't that your condition with if pause y that cancels the drag? Oh, is it my own thing that's canceling it? You might have a point. Hint, hint, point. Yeah. Okay, so what if I just always do this? Let's see. If I drag way down here, no. If I drag here, yes. And oh, I think that was it. So if I start dragging here, yes. If I start dragging down here, no. Yep, you get a point. Thank you, Clomkick. You figured it out. I think that's worth 3 points. Now you have 4 total. Cool. So yeah, if I start dragging around there, so the ultimate would be if to make it change what the cursor looks like when I'm near that, to know that I can drag it. There's still this bug where if I start dragging over here, like it thinks that I'm now dragging that thing. I'd have to tell it that like we weren't dragging something before, so we're still not dragging something now, right? Is dragging. Is that something I could actually use? The widget is being, well, that's what I'm using, dragged. Dragged by which button? Drag started. Maybe I'm supposed to use drag started. Because if drag begins in this frame, then I need to be on a column header, right? If it didn't, then, oh, I know. I can just stash a value of if we actually are dragging something. In the C# code, yeah, that's why I had it there. But egui operates a bit differently, right? So it is another condition for this. I don't need the y coordinate because I'm already constraining the response for that local area, right? So yeah, I don't need that, but we can do another if here, like if self dot dragging header. Is it dinner time? Yeah. Okay. The family's telling me that it's dinner time. So I gotta go. I'll finish this tomorrow, I guess. Made a lot of progress though. Target debug GUI. So we have our hex editor, which is almost fully functional. We know when we're clicking on it and we can highlight areas. And we have this tree view. So wrapping up the UI interaction for this, then I'm gonna have it do, yes, I know. Then we're gonna do actually parsing real data, and what I want to get to is where when we click on something here, it highlights the bytes, and if I click a byte here, it highlights which part it is. We're getting really close. Let's go raid Chris, because I gotta go. Wait, how come he shows up twice? I don't know, are there 2 of him now? Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I should be back tomorrow. But whether I see you or not, hope you have a great rest of your day or morning or night. Take care. Bye.